Okay, welcome back, guys, to another stream. Today should be really, really fun. Of course, this is another iteration of what's trending in fashion. Because a few of you said you love this series that we do on the live streams, where we talk about trending topics and fashion news. So, of course, today we're talking about the Met exhibit theme. We're also talking about Kim Jones leaving Fendi. And the last thing we will be talking about is the not the Met Gala, the Moncler Genius return. So how is everyone doing before we jump straight into the topics? Big Z says, peace family. This is how you know I've been Americanized. I literally said Big Z instead of Big Z. What is happening? Hello, L. Great to see you as always. Uni, great to see you as always. Urbans, Ethans, and Evans. That's so funny. Surprise stream. So normally, for people that don't know, I actually announce my streams a day before. So if you guys look out for the streams, I guess, at least a day before I announce it. It's very rare that I just kind of just start a stream out of nowhere. It happens sometimes, but it's rare. Excited to hear your take on the Met Gala theme. Yeah. That'll be fun actually. That's a fun conversation to have, to be honest. Definitely a fun conversation to have. But anyway, without further ado, I think we should jump straight into the topics. So, of course, one of the biggest news stories right now is the fact that Kim Jones has stepped down from his role as the creative director of Fendi. Of course, if you guys aren't aware, he doesn't cover everything at Fendi. Silvia Venturini Fendi does the menswear. She also does children's wear and accessories. And what Kim Jones was responsible for was overseeing the women's wear collections as well as the couture collections. Of course, with him stepping down from this role, it means that he will solely focus on his creative director role at Dior the creative director of menswear at Dior. And that should be really interesting. And I think that he joined in 2020 when he took over from Silvia Venturini Fendi. And for people that don't know, Karl Lagerfeld passed. And so Silvia Venturini Fendi was kind of like an interim designer in the meantime. And in my opinion, I think that some of the best Fendi collections I've seen were done during that time when Silvia Venturini Fendi was the interim creative director. Of course, she actually came out in interviews and said that she has no desire to do the women's wear and do the couture long term, which is why, of course, they were looking for a replacement, even though she's a good fit. So that's when Kim Jones came in and he kind of took over from Karl Lagerfeld after that interim period from Silvia Venturini Fendi. So, of course, a lot of the speculation is down to who will take over at Fendi, which, to be very honest, is starting to become really tiring. This whole, you know, musical chairs, if we're going to call it that, I just think it's become a bit excessive at this point. I just think it's a bit much, it's a bit much for me. Everyone's just talking about, okay, is this designer going to go to this house? And this thing that I love by One Granary is really funny, where it's like they have all these graphs of all these designers going to which house and who's going where and who's doing what. It's so confusing. Like Jacques Mus is going to Chanel, but then Glenn Martins might be going to Margiela because John Galliano might be going to his own brand or Dior. And then they're saying Jonathan Addison is going to be promoted to Dior. And then Daniel Lee is interviewing for Jill Sander. And like, oh my God, it's just a mess. And then this one too, they have Eddie Slaman might be going to Armani. Martina might be replacing Jonathan Anderson at Loewe when he goes to Dior. It's so much musical chairs. And obviously a critique that people have had is that, where is the new talent? why are we just recycling the same like 10 or 11 designers at all the brands? Like, where is the new talent? Where are the new names being mentioned? You know, it's like, oh, Claire White Keller went to Uniqlo, but then Sarah Burton's going to Givenchy. It's just too much at this point. You know, like Hyder Ackerman going to Tom Ford. Um, just a bit much. Just a bit much. So much musical chairs and silver tone brass. And Luke says, I'm sick of hearing the word musical chairs. This phenomenon has existed since. Of course, it's existed, but in this present time, it just seems specifically that there's a lot of reshuffling happening. Like, at least there are like 15 plus designers that have been in and out of this like pool and this conversation of who's going to what house, who's going to be here. Oh, this designer went there. So it's kind of like a mass restructuring of the industry, which tends to be interesting. I've heard around that in terms of Fendi, there are only a few choices being considered. So one of the choices is Pierpaolo Piccioli, which makes a lot of sense. Pierpaolo has already been at Fendi. There was even a time when he was working with Maria Grazia at Valentino, and he kind of says that when he was at Valentino, a lot of like stuff that he did was influenced by his work working at Fendi. So I don't think that there's anything wrong with Pierpaolo going to Fendi. I heard that Pierpaolo would go to other brands, which I won't mention because someone told me in confidence. So I won't really mention that. So yeah, interesting choice. Do I want to see Pierpaolo at Fendi? Not really. The only person I personally want to see Pierpaolo, because the other options they've said are Silvia Fentorini Fendi, and they've said the team. So the team is going to take over. Now, me personally, I just want to see Sylvia there. I do not want to see anyone there. Sylvia had sensational collections. I know it's down to if she wants to do it, not down to any other factor, but I really, really want to see Sylvia at Fendi doing not just children's wear, menswear, and accessories. I really want to see her do everything because I just think she's that good. And I think that she has the skills to do that. And it'll be really sad, you know, if she doesn't. Like, she's an iconic designer for Fendi. If you think of some of the most iconic people for in terms of Fendi's history and the most iconic creations, Silvia Venturini created the baguette bag, she created the peekaboo bag, like all the most iconic pieces. She has a hand in it. And she worked very closely with Karl Lagerfeld when he was still alive to even help create all these collections that people have loved over the years. So I just don't think there's any better option. But of course, it's up to her. I have my fingers crossed, and I'm hoping that she changes her mind and she decides to, you know, carry the legacy. And there's also the conversation of the fact that Fendi is about to celebrate 100-year. And when they're celebrating 100 years, what would be better than having Silvia Venturini Fendi being at the helm again and designing the clothes, you know, with someone from the actual lineage and the family of the brand? I think that honestly is the best option. So once again, big fan of Pierpaolo, big fan of stuff that he's done, you know, but I just want to see her there. I understand that he worked at Fendi before and he was, you know, working on the accessories and he did a lot of work on the accessories. So there's the history there. But I just want to see Sylvia there. Now, to go back to Kim Jones, I think his time at Fendi was a very, very interesting tenure. I think that there are some moments of his Fendi that we will always remember. The biggest one that comes to my mind is the Vendace, as people were calling it at the time, which was, you know, when Fendi and Versace had this sort of collaborative effort, and you had Donatella Versace design her vision of Fendi, and then you also had Kim Jones design his vision of Versace. And it was just a massive show. It was a big moment. Of course, that was around the time we were having discourse of so many brands working together. We saw the likes of Gucci and Balenciaga have a collaborative show. And so in terms of a moment, it was great. Am I a fan of the clothes? Not really. Do I think people remember this as a moment in fashion? Yes. I even remember a big conversation around this time was also the models, because they had every single big model and supermodel and, famous model in this show. It was kind of like, what was the fee for this show? How much did it cost having all these models on one runway? It must have been insane, unless they did it for free as a favor, because a lot of supermodels owe, their supermodel status to Versace in a way, because when Gianni Versace was still alive, he kind of helped to create that whole idea of supermodels and the supermodels at the show. You think of, the likes of Naomi Campbell's and a lot of other supermodels. So it makes a lot of sense to have these models there, but the clothing, once again, leaves a lot to be desired. And I think that was the case for a lot of Kim Jones's Fendi tenure. I don't even think there is actually one collection that anyone is really going to look to or remember as, do you remember that Fendi show? Maybe outside of this Fendace show. I don't think anyone is thinking of a womenswear show or an haute couture show by Kim Jones that 10 years from now, we're still going to be talking about, the way we talk about some Margiela collections, or the way we talk about some Raf Simons collections. We always talk, oh, Raf Simons at Calvin Klein. I don't think we're going to have that kind of conversation about Kim Jones. And I think that says a lot in terms of Kim Jones not being able to move the needle when he was at Fendi. So it'll be interesting to see what they do moving forward and what they do in the future. I'd also love to see Kim Jones focus on Dior menswear, because I love his Dior menswear. I do love him as a designer, especially a menswear designer. And I think that it's extremely hard to balance work at massive houses like that simultaneously. Like, how exactly do you balance a brand as big as Fendi with a brand as big as Dior? It's a very hard task. And so I'm glad that he's, kind of focusing on one thing. There are very few people that have been able to do that successfully. There are the likes of, JW Anderson, that does his eponymous label and does Loewe. You had Virgil Abloh that was doing Off-White and Louis Vuitton. You had, other people. Karl Lagerfeld is the most famous one, doing Fendi and Chanel. That being said, maybe only Karl Lagerfeld has been able to successfully do two major houses simultaneously, because a lot of these designers, they have their own smaller brand and then they work at a bigger brand. It's not the same as, controlling two of the biggest brands in the whole of fashion. So yeah, great to see him focusing on Dior, and look forward to seeing what he does in the future. Tarek says, I'm remembering how tacky this was. I know. Uni says this seems quaint. Damn. But yeah, I'm trying to think of other moments that I think of when I think of Fendi under Kim Jones, is like the Skims collab, which I know a few people mentioned. I remember a lot of people making TikToks about it when the news came out that Kim Jones was leaving. But yeah, it's quite weird that there aren't any collections that in my head I think, oh yes, Kim Jones, Fendi, that was like interesting. Luke says, also, emerging talent don't have anywhere near the qualifications and experience, leading/acting as deputies at a global brand that these conglomerates are looking for. I think it depends though, because most times these conglomerates either hire someone who's been a creative director at so many different brands, which is why, all these names are in the hat, the likes of the Eddie Slimans, the John Gallianos, the Pier Paolo Picciolis, all these kind of designers. But then on the flip side, you have designers who have never worked at a big house, but they have so much experience building their own business. So those are people like the Jacques Muses of the world, right? So no, he doesn't have experience working for, a house under a conglomerate in that setting. But he has experience building a brand to more than $100 million brand. So I think it's either or. There are many designers who, have built a successful brand in their own right, whether we're talking Jacques Mus or Telfar. There's a lot of people I can mention, right? And so it depends what kind of experience you're talking about. And then also we can look to brands like McQueen and who they've hired, or brands like Gucci hiring Sabato. So I think it just depends. So when I say where's the emerging talent, it doesn't even need to be someone we know. It just should be like a good designer that has interesting designs. Maybe they've been the head of menswear behind the scenes for a major house that we just don't know yet. Ethan says Kim Jones is genuinely one of my favorite designers of all time. Yeah, like I said, his Dior menswear to me is really amazing. I know that it gets mixed reactions. And there was a time that I was very critical of his menswear because it felt like he wasn't doing much designing because he would do so many collaborations, and it almost felt like maybe not that he was relying, that's maybe a bit harsh, but it just kind of felt like he wasn't standing on his 2 feet with his designs. He would kind of lean strongly into the collaborators, and they would be responsible for the lion's share of the direction of a brand. So, you know, off the top of my head, we think of collaborations with Daniel Arsham, or we think of collaborations with Stussy, collaborations with artists from Ghana, all these things. So it started to become a thing of like, are we going to get some Kim Jones design collections, or is every season is there going to be like a massive collaboration where we don't even know what your design language is, and we don't even know really what your design style is? And I think with time, we've seen more of his design style, the long coats, the colorful gloves that I really like. So it's grown on me a lot more with time. I think at the start, it almost felt like he was leaning too strongly on collaborations, in my personal opinion. Damn, okay, so this collection is the equivalent of an Armani Exchange t-shirt, which stands for people trying to look rich without any sense of style. I guess you're referring to the Fendace show. Kim, for all his flaws, could certainly make a very decent bomber, especially at Louis Vuitton. Even at Dior, I think he makes really interesting bombers because he'll make them in very interesting fabrics, and they'll have like these crazy, colorful linings that I really like. They're really fun. They kind of remind me of like toned down Dries Van Noten bombers. Um, so no, there's a lot about Kim Jones's work that I love, just not at Fendi. That's all. And that's why I never thought he was a good fit at Fendi. Every time I have to review his shows, I say the exact same point all the time. Um, I just didn't think it was a good fit. And I've said this in a stream before, just because someone is not a good fit doesn't mean they're not a good designer. Case in point, I've said the same point with someone like Riccardo Tisci, right? Riccardo Tisci is someone I think is a really good designer. I've seen him design amazing things, especially at Givenchy, but he just wasn't a good fit for Burberry, in my opinion. But it doesn't mean all of a sudden he's now no longer a good designer. In past videos and live streams, I've talked about the fact that Haider Ackermann's Berluti wasn't for me. Of course, some people loved it, so that's neither here nor there. But me not liking his Berluti has nothing to do with what I think about Haider Ackermann as a designer, because he's one of my favorite designers, right? So I think sometimes people just hear, oh, he's not a good fit, and they think you're insulting a designer or saying that they're not good or they can't design. That's not the case. Sometimes things just don't fit. That's normal. um Ethan says people disagreeing with my take is have clearly never designed anything themselves. His menswear at Dior is genuinely fantastic. Damn, Ethan going for the chat, guys. I think it's fine to like whatever designer you like. That's completely fine. My favorite designer is Andu Millimista. I don't know too many people whose favorite designers are Andu Millimista, to be fair. So it's completely okay. And some people tell me that Andu Millimista's clothing is boring. All she does is design black coats, which obviously isn't true. Obviously, they haven't looked at the history of the brand or even know anything about the brand, but it's fine. That's what people would say, because that's what people see. It's fine. Michael says, do you think the footwear designs at Dior will take a hit since Thabo left the house and is now at Louis Vuitton? Um, that's a good question. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, Dior footwear designs, some of them have really hit the needle, whether we're talking about the sneakers or like the clogs have been really big. and stuff. But I don't, because I don't think that Dior is a brand that footwear, yes, but when I think of luxury footwear, I think of Balenciaga. Dior is obviously like close by, especially with what are those Converse shoes that they had as well, the B22s, I think they're called. Those are really big in like pop culture, and like commercially they did really well. So I don't know, because I don't think the footwear is as important as it is for a brand like Balenciaga, for example. So I don't even think people will notice at Dior. Whereas, like, if Balenciaga's footwear design team just left, I think people would notice because the footwear would not be as good at all. Yeah, the runners. Killian says the runners. Yeah. Rachel says, I'd love to see Demilimi start a big house just to see what would happen. Yeah, she's retired from fashion. She has no desire to design at a major luxury house. That's just not what she is looking to right now. It's not her thing. But yeah, that was really cool. Just kind of touching on the whole Kim Jones news, talking about this fashion musical chairs that is getting everyone riled up and all of that. So I guess what we can move to now is it would be great to talk about the theme for the Met exhibit. Now, this confuses people a lot, so I just need to mention this just in case. The super fine tailoring black style is the theme for the exhibit in the museum. It's not actually the Met Gala theme. Now, of course, the theme for the exhibit and the theme for the Met Gala, they normally coincide. They're normally similar. A lot of times they're not exactly the same, but they're similar. So the theme for the exhibit a lot of times informs what the theme is going to be for the Met Gala. And so a lot of us basically have jumped to conclusions that since this is the theme, the whole Met Gala theme is going to follow suit in the sense of looking at, black menswear from the 1700s to the present day. And so I have a lot to say about this, because there's a lot of conversation to be had about who can be referenced, what designers should be in the exhibit, and all that sort of stuff that we can talk about, which I'll definitely get into. But to kind of give some more context into this, essentially, this theme is an exploration of Black dandyism, and it's inspired by a book by Monica L. Miller, and it's called Slaves to Fashion, Black Dandyism and the Styling of Black Diasporic Identity. I'll put that on the screen for you guys so you can see it. This is the book. And essentially, what this exhibition is going to cover, like I said, is Black male style and Black menswear from the 1700s to the present day. That is very interesting, because I think that a lot of times the lens of a lot of fashion exhibitions tends to be through the lens of, like, let's say, European fashion. And of course, like, fashion is fashion. There's fashion everywhere in the world, and it's good to, have a balance. Of course, in the past, we've seen Met Gala themes on, regions of Asia. It'll be good to get like African themes soon, but that's neither here nor there. It's good to see, a theme that's focusing on Black fashion specifically. And talking about dandyism in the context of Black style and Black culture. That is really, really interesting. Something funny that I saw as a conversation online was this idea that Anna Wintour is trying to clean up her image, because Anna Wintour, of course, it was reported that she wanted the last theme to be John Galliano themed and everything to be about John Galliano. It kind of still ended up being about John Galliano, because he damn near had half of the looks at the Met Gala. Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but that's how it seemed. And he's had just a really strong year. So people are like, is this Anna Wintour just trying to clean up her image after having Karl Lagerfeld, who's obviously really controversial, and then not shortly after pushing for a John Galliano themed Met exhibit and Met Gala? So it's quite funny that that was a conversation that people were having. I don't know Anna Wintour personally. Who knows? It probably is, to be fair. It probably is her doing that. But either way, I'll take the win. And it's good to see a different side of fashion being explored, because I think that European fashion is overcovered in the sense that, as a journalist, it's not that inspiring to read or to go to an exhibit about something historical that happened in European fashion, because I went to school and learnt that in school. And in when we study history in school, we learn about that. And it's kind of like beating a dead horse. Like in school, we did subcultural lectures where we learnt about new romantics and even old dandies, where it was about romanticism. That's why new romantics are even called the new dandies, by the way, if you didn't know. But I've learnt about all that stuff in school. What I didn't learn about was black dandyism. What I didn't learn about is how black style historically coincided with that dandyism. And even, just doing my own research on the side, I was quite surprised to see how much black fashion went side by side. If you talk about dandyism, historically, how much of black fashion was involved in that? Because when I naturally, based on the history that I've learned and me going to fashion school and learning about dandyism in that sense, when I think of dandyism, I think, of course, of British fashion. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. I think of this archetype of what we think of the dandies when you think of like a perfectly tailored black coat and a long cylinder hat and like knitted scarves and colorful waistcoats and long gloves, and that sort of stuff. And then the ties to aristocracy that normally comes with the old idea of what dandyism is. And then I started to learn that there were other subsectors of dandyism going on simultaneously. And so what this exhibition, I hope, does is really sheds a light on that and allows us to really understand a lot of cultural things from a 360 lens, not just from a very singular lens of, let's say, what dandyism means or what it represents or what it is historically. And so that's why I find this exhibit really interesting versus a lot of exhibits that I've seen in the past. But it really comes down to how they do it. It can be a really interesting topic and they can fuck it all up, and it's a terrible exhibition and the curation is poor. So I hope that doesn't happen, and I have my fingers crossed and I have my faith up. Of course, because this exhibit is inspired by Miller's book, she's going to serve as a guest curator, which is very important and I think is a good move by them. And of course, it's going to be led by the main curator for the Met, which is Andrew Bolton. There are also chairs that everyone has been talking about, because the co-chairs will be Coleman Domingo, Lewis Hamilton, ASAP Rocky, Pharrell Williams, and Anna Wintour. And then you also have LeBron James, who's serving as an honorary chair. So that should be also really interesting to see how they do that. And to see how they're involved. Of course, Louis Vuitton, which is the brand that Pharrell Williams works for, is also a major sponsor for the exhibit and the Met Gala. So should be cool. Should be cool. Should be cool. Sylvester says, I look forward to seeing this exhibition. Hopefully this will influence more exploration in Black and African cultures. I totally agree. I totally agree. Rachel says, hopefully they don't fuck up. I share that same sentiment. Luke says, all the guests will show up in predictably generic suits and completely overlook the intrinsically historical components of the exhibit. A decent theme deserves a decent clientele. I hope, because Luke, like I said earlier, it's such a good theme for the exhibit that to fuck it up would just be a total disaster, because there's so many good things that can come out of it. Like I've just talked about, like history of dandyism and like the associations with black culture that sort of get left out. I think black culture, to be fair, gets left out of a lot of movements. Even now, when you think of jazz, a lot of people act like it wasn't black Americans that made jazz. And even the style of what we associate with jazz, if we're talking about like zoot suits or certain silhouettes of tailoring, that's all black Americans, right? But when people think of that, they don't think of that anymore. So it's good to have these exhibits and these historical things where we harken back to the actual history and we uncover these things. But it would be such a shame if the guests of the Met Gala, just go in generic, boring suits and just don't try, because the focus of this is menswear, which also is very rare, especially at the exhibit and also at the gala, which obviously we're assuming that the Met Gala theme will be very similar. Culture says, in just reading some of the historical connotations in the book, there's a wealth of imagination that can be drawn upon. Totally agree. I totally agree. Totally agree. But to talk about like kind of things that I want to see, let's kind of delve into it because that's really where I think it would be really, really interesting. Um, Oh, Ellen, it's funny that you're saying you only think of black people because I have conversations about jazz with people in the UK, and they sometimes when I tell people that, oh yeah, jazz was made by black Americans, like people don't know what I'm talking about, like genuinely don't know what I'm talking about. So it's good that you're clued up on history, but a lot of people don't actually know. It's kind of strange. So yeah, first name that comes to mind when I think of, this theme and who can people reference, the first person that came to my head is Oswald Boateng. Now, I'll tell you why. Reason being, when we think of dandyism, like I said, historically, we first think of British fashion, especially because a lot of the icons, when you think of dandyism historically, come from the UK, right? So Oswald Boateng being a black man, first black man on Savile Row, someone who I genuinely think changed the face of what we think of when we think of Savile Row tailoring. Because Oswald Boateng, for people that don't know, and it's kind of weird that we don't talk about his impact more. It's so strange. Oswald Boateng, right, is a designer who kind of changed what we associate traditional British menswear with. Because when you think of the British tailoring, you think of boxier silhouette. Italian tailoring is more slim. When you think of Savile Row, you think wide, massive lapels, boxy tailoring, shoulder pads, looser fits. And he just came in with a skinnier silhouette, colorful suits, colors that Savile Row tailors would never use, like purple. They would never use that. Tiny ass lapels, right? That, and because it was so different to what was usually on Savile Row, a lot of the tailors on Savile Row at the time were kind of very mean to his work and were always speaking badly about him and saying, oh, he's not a real tailor. What even is this tailoring? This is not real Savile Row tailoring. Savile Row has to follow certain rules. And he kind of broke all the rules of what Savile Row tailoring means. And of course, he made so much noise and he became so influential in tailoring that he eventually became the creative director of Givenchy, where he made a huge impact. He did so many different things. I remember reading, and I think it's even on his website here. Let me see if I can find it, where they were essentially talking about how he was one of the first people to make digital invitations for a fashion runway show and to have like a fashion film as a digital invitation, which was really interesting. And so just had an insane impact, really made Savile Row tailoring mainstream in that sense, brought Savile Row tailoring to the masses. And it's so funny because now when you look at Savile Row, because of the impact of Oswald Boateng and now people thinking that it's okay to, you know, break the rules of Savile Row, now all of a suddenly you go to Savile Row, and I only know this because I worked for a brand where we used to work with Savile Row tailors a few years ago. Half of them follow that traditional, British tailoring aesthetic, and then half of them have just done their own thing and they're kind of innovating what British tailoring means. And I don't think anyone would do that if it wasn't for Oswald Boateng. Oswald Boateng was kind of like the punching bag who had to take all the hate from his fellow Savile Row contemporaries so that he basically crawled so everyone else could walk on Savile Row. Especially the less historical tailors who are more new and are kind of doing their own thing. Then you think of his clientele, like people have said in the chat, people like Mick Jagger were wearing Oswald Boateng. You also have people like Will Smith, so many people historically, David Bowie. And so when you think of dandyism, British tailoring, black tailors, black designers, the first designer, honestly, that came to my mind when I put all those things together was Oswald Boateng. So if Oswald is not heavily involved in this exhibit and also, dressing a lot of people for the Met Gala, I will be shocked. I will actually be shocked. I will be like, wow, what a missed opportunity. What a missed opportunity. I'll actually be shocked if that happens. So that was the first person that honestly came to my mind. Nectar Man said he paved the way for Abercrombie and Fitch to open a store on Savile Row. Oh my word. Luke says the Oswald Boateng label epitomizes the modern black aesthetic. Wait, is that aesthetic? Is that what you meant to say? Okay, people are talking about jazz. I don't want to open a massive conversation about jazz. Culture says there's no way Boateng isn't going to be there or included. When was the last time that Oswald Boateng was like a big feature at the Met Gala or the exhibit? I don't think he has been ever. I know he might have dressed a few people here and there for the Met Gala, but he needs to be like one of the main people, to be honest. Like, if you talk about all the associations, I don't see a world in which he shouldn't be heavily involved. Like, it would just be such, this is the perfect time, like all the collaborations he's done with Africa, even the fact that he also started at one point using African prints and he was bringing African prints to Savile Row tailoring. Like, there is just no way, absolutely no way that we're going to talk about, tailoring black dandyism and we're not going to mention Oswald Boateng's name, and he's not going to be a major feature of the Met exhibit. So yeah, he was the first name that came to my mind. He is literally the first person that I thought about. Let me know what you guys think, and also let me know if there are other names that you guys think of when you think of, or who you want to see people reference when it comes to this. Another name that came to mind for me is Fela Kuti. Of course, me being Nigerian, Fela Kuti is someone that's an icon from my country, but he's also someone that's very specifically known for having a very like different style. People have referred to him as an African dandy and like one of the first original like African dandies. And so when I think of that, I just think of Fela Kuti, like his style, his persona too. Because also, I think when we think of dandyism and dandyism in general, people think of like a certain aesthetic, but one, there is not one aesthetic that means what dandyism is. Secondly, dandyism, if we're talking about it in the traditional sense, also comes with different aspects. It's not just the clothing, it's like your demeanor and the way you behave in certain situations and the way that you carry yourself. And I think Fela also has that air of like the way he carries himself too. So I would love to see some references to Fela and like his style and kind of like stuff that he's done, outfits he's worn. I would love to see that. I think that would be a good touch. The costumes for Fella the Play were amazing. Oh yeah, I totally agree. Rachel says these people are so cool. No, so I'm actually going to mention Andre Leon Talley. He was actually up next after Fella. I even have the tab open here. Andre Leon Talley, once again, we can't talk about this exhibit and not even talk about Andre Leon Talley. I mean, everything about him epitomizes this idea of like a black dandy. I don't even think there is like a better person that like epitomizes that as a person than Andre Leon Talley, like the quintessential fashion person, the quintessential modern day black dandy. That is Andre Leon Talley to the T. So there should be a lot of references to Andre Leon Talley and his work and also just his style in general, which is why going back to Luke's earlier point, I would be so surprised if people just come up in plain, boring suits, considering the wealth of people that can be referenced. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, Luke. So what? It's interesting that you mentioned Cecil Beaton and Oscar Wilde, but yeah, I see what you mean. 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 But yeah, so Andy Talley is on the list. Of course, people have mentioned someone else who I thought of when I thought about this exhibit. Dapper Dan is also someone who I think really embodies this idea of a black dandy. Dapper Dan should definitely be heavily involved in this. And Bryce says, imagine calling yourself a dandy and having a job. No comment. So Dapper Dan is also someone that I think about. Dapper Dan is someone I think that it'll be good to reference. Then there's also someone else who I have on the list. Someone has mentioned it in the chat. The Congolese sapeurs, of course, the Congolese sapeurs. Like, who else? And it's quite interesting because I'm not sure how many people know, but there's a subsect of the Congolese sapeurs that love Yoji Yamamoto, and like they wear his stuff and mix Yoji with like other pieces. Let me see if I can find an image of them. But like it'll be great to also talk about them and like historically and how they came to be, and have a section in the exhibit kind of like focusing on that, especially because I don't know how much of the exhibit will focus on like African specific aesthetics, right? How do you think non-black guests should interpret the theme? I don't think not being black means that you interpret the theme in a different way, in Maya, if that makes sense. So you don't have to be black to reference, an Andre Leon Talley look, or like a Fela Kuti outfit, or to be dressed by Oswald Boateng. You know what I mean? I think they just need to do some research, look historically, and see who like has a very interesting style and who also can represent this idea of black dandyism, and then kind of reference that. I don't think what race you are should really affect how you dress, or who you can work with or who you can't work with, if that makes sense. So I don't think it should matter too much, to be honest. At least that's my personal opinion. Yeah, the dress code will be dandyism, so it'll be accessible to everyone. Yeah, I don't think I think it will still have some form of like, especially because the exhibit is very specific to black menswear from the 1700s to the present day. So I can imagine that they will focus on still kind of like black fashion in the theme. It will just be a bit wider, of course. Dandy in 2024 just gives me another way to say urban with the hard E in plain sight. At least Anna can't throw in any Chanel pieces into this exhibit, as she always finds a way to do. That's funny. Yeah, if the theme is just dandyism as a whole, I can see a lot of people dressing like Oscar Wilde for sure. But I think, see, this is what I hate about the Met Gala sometimes, right? What I hate about the Met Gala is people don't like to think or do any research. Like Oscar Wilde is such a like, oh, the theme is dandyism, let's do Oscar Wilde. It's so boring, or it's so obvious that it makes it boring and it's not interesting. Like, why don't you do some research and find out like a designer that like isn't that well known, and you can actually add or teach people about history, because you're referencing something that people will then have to research. Like, at least if I was a celebrity that went to the Met Gala, I would do that. I think doing Oscar Wilde is just so like, it's been beaten like a dead horse. It's just so lazy to do something like Oscar Wilde. It's so, yeah. He said research in 2024, 25. Oh, you're asking for a lot. Like, do you know how many people I've seen reference Oscar Wilde? Like, let's do something else. Sylvester says, I hope they include black designers like Julie Bett, Gordon Henderson, Eric Gaskins, Willie Smith, Anne Lowe, Stephen Burrows, Patrick Kelly. Maybe at least a mention. That's a good point. I mean, Jesus, Kelly, sorry, Stephen Burrows, Anne Lowe, Willie Smith, like legends. I hope they get included too. Definitely an interesting conversation to have. Miles Davis, even if was a horrible person, had mad outfits. True. And also, if we're talking about Miles Davis in the context of jazz and in the context of how jazz kind of informed this idea of what we call black dandyism, I think it could be important historically. But I think if, Anna Wintour is kind of using this exhibit theme as a way to clean up her image, then she will probably want to steer away from any more controversy after the whole John Galliano and Karl Lagerfeld thing. So, yeah. I think it just depends, to be honest. I think it just depends. But yeah, I think they're going to stay away from Miles Davis for reasons that I won't mention in this stream. This is also a good point, by the way. There's a Caribbean flavor that can come through if you look at the Saga Boys and the Rude Boys. Facts. That is facts. Someone mentioned Wells Bonner. So funny enough, I didn't have Wells Bonner on my list, but that's actually a very, very good point because Wells Bonner kind of has that aesthetic of like, and it's where her references come from, right? It's like diasporic African style is a lot of where her references come from. So that fits perfectly into the exhibit. So actually, I think Wells Bonner would also be a good shout to dress a lot of people and to also be featured in the exhibit itself at the Met. So yeah, really cool. I'm really, really looking forward to how this develops. And of course, looking forward to the next Met Gala and seeing what the theme actually becomes of the Met Gala, which is different to the exhibit, as I've mentioned before, but also to see how celebrities style things and how they interpret the theme. I just really hope that we don't fumble the bag. I really hope we don't fumble the bag. Someone said Andre 3000. That's a good shout too. Andre over the years has had really cool style, really different. People have referred to him as a black dandy too. Kind of similar in the sense of like Andre Leon Talley. So yeah, I can definitely see the Andre 3000 look. Luke said he's really going to cover all 3 topics in 1 hour. Are you looking at my timing? You have to give me credit though, Luke. I've been really efficient. I've become really good at concisely speaking about these topics because there was once a point in time when I didn't know how to talk about a topic without spending 2 hours each. So now I'm actually becoming a lot better at summarizing. Maya says, it's the Met Gala, Io, the bag is always fumbled. But why though? Okay, I understand. I understand that celebrities aren't necessarily fashion people in the sense that, okay, cool. I went to fashion school, so I learned about so much fashion history that when I see themes like this, I just think of so many different things that can be referenced. I understand that, like, the typical celebrity or the typical A-lister musician, actress doesn't really know about fashion history like that. But that's why they have stylists. That's why they have other people that are supposed to know these things. Like, where are the stylists doing the research? Those are the people that I think we should blame more so than the celebrities, because that's not their job to learn about fashion history. But it's the stylist that I blame, honestly. I just hope the men aren't going to bore us as they usually do every year. This would be the worst time for the men to pull out something boring, considering that literally the exhibit is focusing on menswear. Like, how can the exhibit focus on menswear and the menswear looks are terrible? That at that point is just like, don't come to the Met Gala again. Literally, just going forward, just stay at home. We don't need you at the Met Gala anymore. Leo says we cannot blame all the celebs. I blame stylists and probably Anna. Does Anna have any input in what people wear, though? I don't really think she does. We're gonna see a bunch of Italian design boxy suits. I hope not. I hope not. Luke says we want longer live streams. That's the point. Do you guys really want longer live streams? I don't know. Maybe because I'm so used to hearing my voice when I edit, and I honestly cannot stand my voice. I think I sound disgusting. So the less I talk, the better. But if you guys want the longer streams, then let me know and we can see if we can get that sorted. Or Health says, but you must have stylists that are doing the research. Also, don't come with a black tux. Exactly my point, right? Exactly my point. Elle says 3 hours if you include guests, please. Rachel says longer. Oh my gosh, Uni says longer. Pillar says longer. Damn. Kanye B. Interesting name. Longer the better. Killian says we need more. Evelyn says definitely enjoy your longer streams. Pilar says I have to go to London tomorrow, so I'll go to sleep soon, but longer, please. Okay. Point taken. Luke, you win. You win, Luke. You win. Moving forward, of course, this stream I already planned it in a way that's going to be short, but moving forward, we'll have very, very long streams. Let's see what Maya says. There are 90s editions of magazines like Vogue and others that used to feature various supermodels and dandy styles like Shalom Harlow. That's actually a really good point. Also, we can kind of reference other magazines, like even Ebony magazine, and see like during that time period, like in the 90s and stuff, like what were some of the features and are there like looks that kind of fit into this idea of black dandyism and black tailoring. So that would be really cool. Everyone's saying longer. Luke says, when do I not win? Oh yeah, exactly what Sylvester said. Just as I mentioned it, I wonder if they will include a mention from Ebony and Ebony Fashion Fair. Exactly. I think it'll be a missed opportunity if they don't. So it'll be really good to see that. And this is why I was so happy, because one of the first thoughts when I saw that this was the theme of the exhibit, and let me just put that back on the screen for people that are new. I was thinking, who is going to be the curator of this? Because Andrew Bolton, do I trust Andrew Bolton to know about black fashion history? I don't think so. Black tailoring and black style, and to know about black subcultures. Andrew Bolton. I don't think so. So that's why I was like, okay, cool. At least, first of all, Monica L. Miller is one of the co-curators. That's a good start. It's good. I want to see them involve more people that actually come from that world, because I can imagine that Angie Bolton probably doesn't know much about black history historically. He needs to consult black historians, black designers, black writers, he needs to. Otherwise, it's going to make for a very terrible exhibition, in my personal opinion. So that's why I was really happy when they involved Monica L. Miller. It was literally the first thing I was looking for, because I was like, Andrew Bolton, I'm not too sure about that. Al says, I'm assuming he can read. Damn. They need to communicate with the folks at Ebony and Essence. They absolutely must. I'm with you there. I'm with you. Yep, exactly what everyone is saying. Again, he needs black curators on his staff. He does. He does. Because I think that, and I don't, once again, every time I talk about like non-Western fashion, people get really sensitive, and I don't understand why. Like if I say that, oh, fashion is really Western centric, I'm just saying it as like a fact. I'm not necessarily saying if it's like, the most horrific thing in the world, or it's good or it's bad. That's not even a conversation I'm having, because if we think of the fashion industry as it was created, it is a very like French concept, right? So it makes sense that then most of it would revolve around France. It's more to have the conversation around there isn't a lot of balance, and so it makes for journalists that don't really understand a lot of fashion outside of the West, or designers that only reference the same thing. So when I normally talk about fashion being Western centric, I talk about it in the lens of like fashion not moving forward, because designers, do you know how many designers I've seen reference the pre-Raphaelites? Do you know how many designers I've seen reference Margiela? Do you know how many designers I've seen reference let me think of something really obvious like brutalism, right? But there's a big world out there, and there's so many other references that can be referenced outside of like these very narrow things that designers like. It seems like they're beating a dead horse. So when I talk about fashion being a lot of Western centric, I'm not even really critiquing like, oh my god, it's too white. That's not even a conversation I'm having. I'm saying that fashion is stagnating because a lot of designers aren't taught to look or be inspired by things outside of like stuff that they're taught. If you're a fashion person, you're an art person, about futurism, and about brutalism, and it's these like very European Western centric movements that like everyone knows about and everyone references, and so everyone ends up just doing the same thing year after year. So that's more my critique with it. And so what happened, and this is going back to Angie Bolton, what then happens is you have someone like Angie Bolton who, as a curator, I can imagine he probably doesn't really know much about Black or African history, because when I was in school, I made sure that all my projects were about some sort of like African or Asian fashion. That's why when I was at CSM, I did a documentary in South Africa, and I did my designer project on Tebe Magugu's work and all that sort of stuff, because in school we're going to learn about the European stuff. We're already going to learn about that. So there's no point me beating a dead horse. I learned about that in lectures. I learned about 18th century fashion, 19th century fashion in school. I learned about that in lectures. So there's no point then doing further projects about that. So it normally tends to be, let's say, Africans like me that then go and seek the extra information. Whereas I've noticed, talking to other European journalists, maybe because personally they don't have any connection to Africa or connection to Asia personally, they don't do the extra work to learn about anything outside of like these very obvious historical movements that we learn about in fashion and in fashion history. And so that's why I was thinking, who is going to help curate this exhibition? Who is going to be involved? I hope it's not just Angie Bolton, because if it's only Angie Bolton without him consulting the right people, there's an issue there. There's a big issue there, and it's going to make for a very terrible exhibition, in my opinion. So that's why, like I'm saying once again, that's why the thought came to my mind. That was my thought process. Someone says, you know what it is though, the name goes a long way, so they just get someone experienced to cover it and have the ethnic as support staff, but low-key that means you're missing a personal dimension. Totally agree. It's so the norm that sometimes stuff that's a part of mainstream fashion in various parts of Asia or Africa is viewed as alternative, even if it isn't really. 100% agree. Totally agree. Totally agree. Hula says, I don't want Bolton's claws on this gala. I'm with you though. I'm with you. I don't think that because I've worked in fashion for long enough to know that I don't think I've actually ever met a white fashion historian. And once again, I've explained why it makes sense that they wouldn't look into these things, maybe because they don't have a personal connection to it. But I've never actually met like a white fashion journalist or fashion historian that deeply knows anything about African fashion, for example, or like Black fashion historically ever. I've only met one person that does, only one. And even though she's white, she's South African. So does it count? Does it count? Because she's South African anyway. So I guess that's where the personal connection comes in. And she's very, very knowledgeable about like African history, more so than I could ever be, to be honest. And so because of that, someone like Angie Bolton, I can just assume, I don't know him personally, but based on my experience working in fashion, I can just assume that he doesn't have the bandwidth for an exhibition like this, to be honest. Wasn't there a plaque for Tommy Hilfiger one year for the American fashion one saying that he deliberately marketed to the Black community rather than the proof that people took it and made it theirs? Yeah, I remember that. 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 Imagine someone coming with chains. The theme can go so left. Yeah, I hope no one does that. Wearing chains. I really hope no one does that. I really, for the sake of having a good exhibit and Met Gala, I really hope that no one does that. Like, please, let's just have a nice time, a nice exhibit, a nice Met Gala. Let's not do that. Please, let's not do that. Oh my god, that's so funny. Let's just have a nice smooth sailing exhibition, guys. But anyway, yeah, I think we can finish talking about this, but yeah, so many more conversations to have. I'm sure we will revisit this topic in the future, because there's a lot to be said, especially closer to the time when the exhibit is going to be announced. So yeah, moving on to the next story that I wanted to talk about. So Moncler Genius is back. Actually, before I talk about the ASAP Rocky stuff and all of that, let me show you guys the Moncler Genius video. Moncler, the city of genius. So Moncler Genius is back. It's quite funny because recently we were talking about Moncler Genius in the stream and like, oh, what happened to Moncler Genius? It's gone really quiet. And recently they've announced that they're going to have a really massive show in Shanghai that's going to be similar to, I'm not sure how many of you remember the show in London. There was a massive Moncler Genius show in London. They're kind of replicating that in Shanghai, which will be really cool. And it's going to wrap up the next Shanghai Fashion Week in a week. The lineup is what interested me the most. The lineup has the most variety. It's also the weirdest, but also the most interesting lineup of Moncler Genius I've ever actually seen. You have the likes of Donald Glover, ASAP Rocky, Willow Smith, Lulu Lee, Edward Enninful, and then those are the people that are doing it for the first time. And you have people that have already collaborated with Moncler, like Nigo, Hiroshi Fujiwara, Palm Angels, Rick Owens, and Jill Sander. So really what I wanted to talk about is what I think each of them are going to do with Moncler Genius, because it's really strange. They said that Edward Enninful is making his design debut with Moncler Genius, which I think probably will be one of the most anticipated aspects of the Moncler Genius show. That's going to be very interesting, because we don't really have a frame of reference. But I can imagine he can design something really interesting because he has a very high taste level and he's been so involved with fashion at the highest level, at the top magazines, with working with the top image makers, working with the top fashion designers. I can just imagine that being around that for so long can only mean that he has a strong, sense of style and aesthetic. But that's to be seen. We just have to wait and see for Edward Enninful's design debut, but it should be interesting. Of course, ASAP Rocky, the first thing that came to mind was, of course, his first runway show in Paris, American Sabotage. Um, you know, we've seen ASAP Rocky. I don't personally, if someone was to ask me my personal opinion, I'm not the biggest fan of ASAP Rocky as a designer, which is really strange to say because I think that ASAP Rocky is one of the most stylish rappers in the modern day. I think he also understands fashion at a very deep level. But when it comes to design, I've just never seen him design something where I've really thought, okay, that's really interesting, or design something that isn't derivative of something. But then when he styles things, I'm like, that is so cool. That's so interesting. I like what you've done there. I liked how you put these things together. So it's really weird. So I'm the biggest fan of him as, a stylish person, someone that really understands fashion to its core. But for some weird reason, when it comes to him designing, it always falls flat for me. So I'm curious to see what he does with Moncler Genius, because obviously maybe he does something that is very interesting. And in that sense, it'll be good to, see what his creations look like. Helen says Rocky is overrated as fuck. I don't think his style is overrated, but as a designer, what I think people do is people can't separate ASAP Rocky as a designer to ASAP Rocky as one of the most stylish people ever. So what then happens is you do this thing where you're like, ASAP Rocky, fashion icon, so everything he does that has to do with fashion must be good by default. But as a designer, I personally haven't seen anything that he's done that I've thought was remotely forward thinking or interesting, or just interesting even. So I think that's what people do when they overrate him in fashion. I think we think of ASAP Rocky as this total 360 fashion genius. But I don't think a lot of the genius comes in design. I don't think that's where his genius is. But I think his genius is in so many other places. Francisco says, I see it as his cute hobby. Damn. There's a press release that Moncler released that I will share with you guys. It says, people looking at my PDFs, hello, I don't know. Let's not do that. Moncler Genius lands in Shanghai, partnering with Shanghai Fashion Week to celebrate the endless power of creativity at the intersection of design, luxury, fashion, art, and entertainment. On October 19th, Moncler will head to Shanghai, continuing to redefine the meaning of creativity through co-creation and recreation with an immersive Moncler Genius event that will wrap up Shanghai Fashion Week, the natural scene for an extraordinary collaboration of ideas. I love how these press releases, they like to fit in all the keywords all at once. It's always really entertaining how they do that. Continuing, it says, since its inception in 2018, Moncler Genius has become a pioneering platform for creativity, reshaping the traditional collaboration model. The concept that has captured imaginations and fostered cross-pollinations from some of the greatest minds across different industries continues to provide new ways of sharing creativity with the world. Building on the success of its 2023 The Art of Genius show in London, which brought together different communities to showcase how collections and shared experiences can inspire new ways of thinking, Moncler Genius's move to China expands the brand's creative possibilities, embracing Shanghai's energy and pulse for dreams and innovation. Now, that's very interesting because we all know that China is one of the biggest markets in fashion right now. And I love how they kind of, sometimes pussyfoot around this. We wanted to celebrate China's amazing creativity, which China has amazing creativity, but then if you want to celebrate China's creativity, why don't you collaborate with more Chinese designers then? You're not celebrating Chinese creativity if you're just taking your normal collaborators, with which most of them are Chinese, and just putting it in the context of Shanghai Fashion Week. So, but it's interesting how these brands like to do that, like celebrating the vast creativity in Shanghai. It's so funny when they do that. But what I will say is Moncler definitely knows how to put on a show. I remember I wrote this article, actually, I'll put it on the screen, for Moncler, which was talking about them celebrating their 70th anniversary show in Milan. So I wrote this article for Moncler. And this show was huge. Like, it was massive in scale. And I think Moncler always have very interesting events. So if I could find my way to Shanghai, I would love to go to it just because I know it's going to be interesting and it's going to be a spectacle and they're going to have really cool collabs. Of course, like I said, they're working with the collaborators that they always do, the likes of Hiroshi Fujiwara with Fragment, who has done so much work. Palm Angels has had so many collabs with Moncler Genius. Rick Owens has too. You also have Jill Sander, who have a Moncler Genius collab in Shanghai, which is being designed, of course, by Luke and Lucy Meyer. Going back once again to the first timers, we've talked about Edward Enningfall. Someone that I thought was really interesting was Lulu Lee, because Lulu Lee is actually a Chinese artist, designer, curator, eyewear maker, so many different things, who essentially uses like alien life forms and AI to make eyewear, which is really cool. And this is, I think, the only Chinese designer that's going to be part of this Moncler Genius lineup, which is funny once again because they're like celebrating Chinese creativity. So it'll be really cool to see what Lulu Lee does. That'll be really cool. Of course, Willow Smith. I don't really know what to expect from Willow Smith, if I'm going to be very honest. I don't know what she could do. So that's intriguing, just in the sense of like, I don't really have any expectations. It could be really amazing, to be honest. Who knows? So that would be really interesting. You also have Donald Glover, who is working with Moncler Genius through his initiative Gilga Farm. And I don't know how many people are actually aware of what Gilga Farm is. I didn't actually know until I did research for this stream. Like I had no idea that he even had this initiative going on. But essentially, Gilga Farm is like, he likes to describe it as Erewhon for culture, which I thought was a weird description, because Gilga Farm is kind of like it's like a creative hub in a sense. Like their headquarters, there's like a farm, then there's a music studio, and there's other equipment. So it's kind of like a creative hub where they're promoting healthy living. They have like a little farm going on, but at the same time, they have a music studio, they have other studios. So him describing it as Erewhon culture, I thought was really weird when I started to read about all the stuff that he's doing with the farm. Is just really weird. Like even here in the GQ article, they say that Glover is showing me around the sprawling farm he's purchased in California that will be the headquarters for Gilga, his new production company slash incubator slash cultural library. On Gilga Farm, there are countless orange trees and an old church that is being converted into a live performance and recording space, housing for creatives to spend the night, curious lizards, editing suites, writers' rooms, a restaurant that specializes in artisanal sandwiches, and just about every tool or space any musician, director, or showrunner could dream of. Picture Skywalker Ranch, but with 21 Savage or Quinta Brunson as contemporary residents, creating their own Empire Strikes Back. And so that's why I thought it was really weird that he even described it as Erewhon, because I think what he's doing is way bigger than Erewhon. It's like way more vast too. But it'll be really interesting because Gilga Farm is so vast, I don't even know what he's going to do. Like, is it going to be an installation space? Is he making clothing? Is he making audio? Is he making a film? Like, what exactly is he going to be doing with Moncler Genius? So that is also something that I'm really interested to see. But that's why I said the lineup is interesting. It's very vast. In the past, we've seen, of course, the likes of Nigo, Hiroshi Fujiwara, Palm Angels, Rick Owens. We've also seen the likes of J.W. Anderson, all sorts of designers, but it normally just tends to be like Matthew Williams and Leaks also. It tends to be a lot of just designers and they make cool collections, whereas now we're seeing AI eyewear designers and, Edward Enningful designing a collection and Donald Glover designing what we don't even know, because we don't know to what extent he's going to be working with Moncler Genius. Yeah, Tarek says he might be making artisanal sandwiches. He might be providing artisanal refreshments during the event. So that's why I think this is honestly going to be really, really interesting. This might be one of the most interesting Moncler Genius lineups ever, if they do it well. To be honest, if they do it well, if it's executed well, this might go down as one of the most interesting Moncler Genius seasons. Moncler says Gilga Farm pot plants. Tangerine puffer. That would be fire. If they take some of the plants from the Gilga Farm, turn them into leather fabrics or turn them into plant-based materials and use that to make clothing, that would be cool. Because Moncler Genius is all about innovation, whether it's by silhouette or fabric design and stuff like that. Fabric innovation, that is what Moncler Genius is all about. So if you guys also don't know what Moncler Genius is, or you want to learn more about Moncler Genius, I've actually made a dedicated video about Moncler Genius. So you can just type in the YouTube tab, Moncler Genius Fashion Roadman, it should come up. But yeah, there'll be a lot more information about some of the Moncler Genius collabs and collections that have happened in the past. So yeah, they even have, of course, I've shown you guys the film. And then they have some of the stills from the campaign. This might be how the set looks when the event happens. So I'll keep an eye open for that. But what do you guys think? Are you guys looking forward to the Moncler Genius event? And what do you guys think? Is pineapple leather still a thing? It definitely is still a thing. I think people have stopped talking about it though. I remember there was a time when everyone was talking about Mushroom leather made out of mycelium because not Moncler, Hermes was heavily investing in that. And then people started talking about cactus leather and pineapple leather. I think that being part of the conversation has slowed down, but I think the application is still there. People are still using it. People are definitely still using it. Pilar says not really looking forward to it. Uni says looking forward to it. Rachel says sounds interesting. It will either be really interesting or horribly gimmicky. Leo says Loki, I am, but I don't have high expectations. Luckily, it's on the 19th of October, so it's very soon. So we will have our answers to all our questions very, very soon, actually. Very, very soon. Overall, yeah, I'm interested in some of them more than others. Apple leather I think, was a thing. I know you can make leather out of apple, but maybe it was a thing. I'm just trying to think of brands that have used apple leather that I'm aware of recently. The only brand I can think of is really Issey Miyake, but Issey Miyake used all sorts of things. Like Issey Miyake was making fabrics and textiles out of bamboo. Like Issey Miyake was a serious innovator when it comes to fabric, to be honest. Killian is only looking forward to it for Rick. Interesting. I haven't touched it myself, so I don't know, but I've heard that it just doesn't perform the same way leather does. ATM, so designers just need to find a different way to work with it, or it needs to be innovative more. Yeah, that's the case with every alternative to leather. None of them actually perform as good as leather. So, like mushroom leather, cactus leather, pineapple leather, none of them are as long lasting as like high quality, high grade leather. But it's just research and development. The more money goes into developing these things, the better these things will become. So I think it just depends on how much money people are willing to invest in those things. And it's really going to come from the big brands and the big companies. I imagine there's a whole universe of vegan fabrics besides plastic. Oh, yeah, there is. They're just expensive because it's economies of scale, right? When there's not much investment in something, and also there's not a lot of interest in something, it's really hard to justify spending loads of money and then selling something for loads of money and people like complaining why it's expensive, but it's because there isn't the demand for it. That's why Issey Miyake, for people that don't know, he had like a whole in-house textiles development team. How many brands have those kind of resources? Like not many brands, which is why a lot of designers don't really focus on that because there aren't many brands that are as big as Issey Miyake's brand is. There's very few brands like that. Exactly what Killian is saying. Doubt the R&D is worth it. Exactly that. Aren't they also investing in growing real leather through cells? Are they? I don't think I've heard of that, but that's really interesting. I'm going to look into that. Growing real leather through cells. Interesting. That's really cool. So instead of having to kill animals, they can just replicate their cells, sorry, and use that to make skin, which obviously is then the leather. That's really cool. That's really cool. The luxury consumer acts like they care about sustainability. Deep down, they couldn't care less. Oh yeah, we have this conversation all the time that, you know, people like to virtue signal a lot. It's really annoying. Like people like to act like, they're holier than thou. That's why my latest Instagram post was talking about why is it that we critique a lot of fast fashion brands, but then luxury brands do the same thing and it goes completely unnoticed or no one talks about it. It's interesting because if what people care about is sustainability, then people would have an issue with Burberry destroying garments, for example. But it seems like that stuff falls on deaf ears. But then when I don't know Zara does it, all of a sudden people want to be virtue signaling and being up in arms. It's really strange. The Nectar Man says Saint Laurent has used apple leather for a tote. Oh, interesting. I wasn't aware. So thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. David says, I'm convinced LVMH has a deep state propaganda campaign against fast fashion brands to divert the fact that they're doing the same thing. Exactly, Leo. A lot of consumers pick and choose their side of sustainability. Very true, very true. Also, by the way, guys, as a side note, since you guys want longer streams, we can go into after hours now. But I'm just letting you guys know, in a few days, I'm getting braces, which means that I won't be able to talk properly. So I haven't actually decided if I'll stop streaming. I'll have to take a break for maybe a month while I get used to the braces, or I stream and I sound like an absolute idiot, like talking like with a lisp and not being able to speak and not being able to enunciate my words properly. So let me know if you guys if you guys are okay, and if you guys will give me a pass if I sound crazy. Maya says, I is also an adult with braces. I feel so validated. Yeah, the reason why I'm getting braces is because basically, long story short, we're in after hours, so we can talk about anything. So what happened was I noticed like a crack on my front tooth, and so it would go brown really easily. And it started to annoy me because I'm like, I literally brush my teeth 2 to 3 times a day and I floss and I use mouthwash. There's absolutely no reason why a part of my tooth should be staining. So I went to my dentist, and my dentist did an x-ray and then found out that the reason why I have this like crack in my tooth is because of my bite being fucked up. And over time, it's like damaged my front teeth without me even knowing, to the point where I have like a crack in my teeth, which means that my teeth stain easily. So the reason why obviously you guys never notice it is I go to the dentist a lot to get it cleaned because I don't want to have a brown tooth. But they said the long-term fix is to change the alignment of my teeth to make sure that my bite is fixed, so there's no further damage to my tooth, and then they can fix the seal. They can like seal the crack in the tooth to make sure that like when I drink tea or coffee, it doesn't stain it easily because there's a crack in my teeth, and then I'll have no orthodontal issues from there. So that's why I'm getting braces. It's like to fix, it's like a corrective thing. Um, Long story short, essentially. So that's why I'm going to be an adult with braces, looking like a teenager, an overgrown teenager. You when you says you're trying to break British stereotypes. I mean, I'm definitely not in the boat of the typical British person with horrible brown black teeth that their teeth look like they're falling out. Rachel says it's truly no big deal. You'll be fine within 48 hours. I've heard that braces are really painful because they're so tight onto your teeth that it really hurts your jaw. So I have no idea. I have no idea though. I've never had braces before. This will be a first time. Okay, Tank says had braces a few years ago, going for Invisalign in a few weeks. What was your experience for guys that have had braces or have braces? What was your experience? I'm just really curious to know. Take an aspirin, you'll be fine. Okay, so Vox says braces only hurt for the first 48 hours. You get used to it after. If you want to come online with headgear afterwards. Pilar says that is also a product of classism, the teething in the UK. I don't go to the dentist in the UK. Do you know what it is though? So, as most of you know, I went to secondary school in Nigeria. So I lived in Nigeria from between the age of like maybe 9 to 16, 9 to 15, 16, around then. And when I was in Nigeria, no one, like, going to the dentist is not something people think about. So like if I was still in the UK at the time, I probably would have gone to the dentist and they probably would have fixed my bite and I wouldn't have these issues. But in Nigeria, like, going to the dentist is for like really rich people. Like no one goes to the dentist unless you're like stupidly rich in Nigeria. So the idea of going to a dentist didn't come to my mind. And then when I moved back to the UK, I started going to the dentist and realized I had all these issues like, oh, your bites, and that's why your teeth are cracking. You need to fix this and fix that. And at the time, I couldn't actually even afford any of the dental work I needed. So it's only actually just now, so many years after, that I can afford to even get the braces in the first place. Um, so that's even why I'm doing it. So yeah, there is definitely like a class aspect to dental treatment and stuff because it is expensive as hell. It's really expensive. There's nothing wrong with dentists, by the way. I don't think there's anything wrong with dentists. Okay, Alexa says the sanding for the brackets hurt more than the braces. Interesting. The tension is only a problem the first day or so when they put them on. Interesting. They have dentists in the UK. I had very bad experiences with my dentist in the UK, so I don't go to the dentist here. I'm sure there are some around, but I don't risk it anymore. That's fair enough. I had a terrible experience with a dentist once. I had to get a tooth removed because I had too many teeth, and it was so weird because you know when they remove your tooth, they inject your gum with painkillers and stuff, and you're supposed to apparently not feel it. And it just didn't work. And so when I don't know what the process is normally of them removing your teeth, but for me, they had to like break my tooth in two and then pull it out that way. And I felt all of the pain. And honestly, I've never felt as much pain as them taking my tooth out. And they kept injecting my gums and it wasn't working. And they kept injecting it and they tried to move the tooth and I was feeling all the pain. It was so bad that they removed half of the tooth and then they had to sew it back together because I couldn't handle the pain anymore. So then I had to go to the hospital and get it surgically removed the next day. So they had to like put me under, remove the rest of the tooth surgically, and then that was how I had my tooth removed. So it was such a bad experience that I understand what you mean in terms of like I started to be a bit dentist. I don't know about dentists. Um I'm not sure I want to go to the dentist again because I just associate dentists with pain, but I'm fine. I go to the same dentist now and I trust him with my life. So he's fine. He makes sure that everything's okay. And he's always asking me like when stuff is happening, like, are you okay? Are you fine? Which is very different to the dentist that damn near wanted to saw my gum off and injected my gum with all sorts of stuff. Like I've never felt that much pain in my life ever. And I've done kickboxing, I've been punched in the face, I've been almost knocked out in kickboxing training, and none of that pain compares to I've even broken a finger playing basketball. None of that pain compares to having my tooth removed. You would normally go to a dental surgeon or a dentist to have a tooth removed. Yeah, so I think he was a dental surgeon because it was in my dental practice. He just didn't have the because they work. So my dentist is like a small dentist, so they collaborate with a bigger hospital. So if you need like a dental procedure that needs surgery, then obviously you have to go to the hospital. But I guess he thought he could, you know, remove the tooth, and it was just a disaster. It was horrible. It was really horrible. So anyone that, says, I don't like the dentist, I'm scared of the dentist, I always understand where you're coming from. Because it took me a while to build that trust again. But yeah, my next stream, I'm going to be like, hello, guys. This is true. It's hard to find a good dentist. Some of them really do approach it as a business first. Good dentist, good lawyer, great barber equals lifetime deal. You die, I die. You sick, I'm sick. Jaro says I'm getting Invisalign soon after going through a dental trauma a couple years ago. My teeth are weirdly straighter in high school than now. Interesting. Rachel says, big advice, take aspirin or ibuprofen before you go in to get your braces and for 24 hours after. That's a good tip, actually. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to take ibuprofen just before I go to the dentist. That's a good expert tip. Expert tip. Expert tip. Leo, you're hilarious. You got to hit up the ATL baddies who are veneer techs. That veneer tech thing scares me. The fact that there are people who do like a 3-day course and they think they have the medical expertise to touch someone's teeth. It's insane. Like that whole thing. And also, I don't understand why people in their right mind would go to a veneer tech to do anything with your teeth. Like they have no. I've seen on social media some veneer techs do some stuff, and because they're obviously not medical practitioners, they're just people in their room who like watched a few videos. They don't, because what a dentist will do is they will actually do an X-ray on your teeth to see what is happening structurally. So they won't change anything until they know and make sure that they're not fucking up your teeth structure, like, and they make sure that everything has to be in place. And they also have to see if there's an infection in your gums or your teeth, because there's no point covering an infection with ceramics. That's just going to trap an infection into your teeth, which will then transfer into your gums, which would probably lead to you having some sort of a gum disease, or your teeth can fall out, all that sort of stuff. So I'm just like, why would anyone in their right mind ever go to a veneer tech? That's insane. Even if it's to save money, it doesn't make sense, because all a veneer tech is going to do is make things so much worse that you're eventually going to end up having to go to a real dentist and spend more money than if you just went to the dentist in the first place. So there's actually no situation in which it makes sense to go to any sort of like veneer tech or anything like that. Exactly, culture. Teeth are bones. You need medical expertise. You can get heart and brain problems, all stemming from unhealthy teeth. Exactly. And like infections can travel. It can go from your teeth to your gums to other parts of your body. Like people are strange, trusting their life and trusting their teeth in the hands of someone that just did a course for a few days. That's crazy. You gotta be mad to have your teeth operated on in someone's bedroom. Also, obviously, each to their own. I've never really understood the concept of veneers, mainly because if you want like straight teeth, for the price of veneers, you could just get braces. And also, you can, if you have like tip teeth, you can get like composite bonding. So you don't have to like destroy the structure of your natural teeth to have a good smile. So I've always thought it really weird that like people fuck with their natural teeth like that, like have them sawed down and stuff. It's quite crazy. Modern society, eh? Leah says people want nice things quickly. Yeah, but nothing good is supposed to come easy, is it? Have to put in some time. You have to look like me, an overgrown teenager, and have braces. Someone said veneers have just been this quick fix, getting a lot of popularity recently. Interesting. Who would have thought that one of my streams would be like a dental chat? I guess it's because obviously I'm getting braces, so that's why we're talking about this. People have veneers to have whiter teeth. Could you not just have your teeth whitened by a dentist, though? Isn't that like another option? Rachel says teeth are part of fashion. A part of the aesthetic, a fashion accessory. That's very true. This is not medical advice, by the way. You know all those disclaimers that all these people that give medical advice on YouTube say. By the way, I am not a qualified medical practitioner, so take all of this as entertainment. This is all entertainment, guys. I'm not giving any of you medical advice. Maya says it definitely comes from our culture around fixing anything if you have enough money as opposed to patience. I guess that goes back into all the other cultural things happening, like the fact that so many celebrities now are using Ozempic, even though they're rich as hell and they could actually just have a personal chef and a personal trainer and lose weight in a more healthy manner. But instead, people want shortcuts. It's weird. It's weird. I guess I was just like, from a young age, I've always just known that like there aren't really shortcuts to anything. There are no shortcuts to life, really. So you just have to do what needs to be done. Oh, people are talking about Invisalign. So my dentist actually gave me a few options to fix, like, obviously my issue with my teeth. So he said that I can either have Invisalign, but the reason why I decided not to go for Invisalign is because I don't know if I have the discipline to keep, because he said I shouldn't have my Invisalign off my teeth for more than 2 hours at a time. So I'm supposed to sleep with it on. Once I eat, I need to clean my teeth and then put it back. I'm like, for years. Oh hell no. I'm definitely going to fumble that. So I was like, no, I'll just go for the braces. It's a lot easier. How the hell am I going to remember to not have them off for more than 2 hours for like 2 years? That's just not going to happen. Purple Rain says, well, celebrities do Ozempic and diet and exercise and surgery. Oh my God, that's a lot. I do think it's kind of messed up because I do think that we should promote like natural, in terms of like, we should make people feel like how they are naturally is fine, that they don't need to change anything about themselves. Like how they come naturally is good enough because it is. So, when all these influential celebrities do all this surgery, it just makes other people think that they need to change parts about themselves that they don't need to change, which is sad. And then celebrities also lie. Like when Kylie Jenner was having lip fillers and then lying to people and saying that her lips were like that naturally and selling these lip kits that Lord knows what were in those things, but they give your lips a peppery sensation and people are feeling like their lips were growing because there was basically cayenne pepper on their lips. It's such a shady world. Such a celebrity culture is so shady, so strange. Rachel says, my friend passed away last month from complication. Taking Ozempic, that stuff is toxic. Oh my god, sorry to hear that, Rachel. Condolences. Like seriously. But yeah, because these things all come with risks. Like even most surgeries come with a level of risk. Obviously, some surgeries are more risky than others. But if you can just not get surgery, it's always the better option. Or if you can just not alter your body in an unhealthy way, it's always the best option for your long-term health. Oh no, Rachel said she was young and healthy with young kids. Oh my god. That's honestly so sad. That's really, really sad. And this is what I mean by society, like, because it's things like this happen, which is why it's quite sad that these celebrities promote these things. And I blame celebrities because they are like influential. A lot of them didn't ask to be, influential people, but they just have to accept that they are, and that's the reality. But yeah, that's really sad. That's really, really sad. Also, now we're in after hours, guys. We can do a Q&A. So ask me any question and I shall answer. Because the people do not want a 1 hour stream. They want the long streams. Yeah, someone said it's a vicious battle. That's true. Culture says, where have I been? In what sense? I've been in my house working. I haven't traveled anywhere, if that's like the question. Um yeah, I've been in my house working. I want a Micah hairline reveal. Should I call Micah? Let me call Micah. That's so funny, Micah hairline reveal. I'm actually gonna call him. Let me put him on speaker. That's so funny. See if he picks up. Oh, Micah's not picking up. You might not get the hairline reveal.
Welcome to the.
Yep, that went straight to voicemail. So guys, you're not getting a hairline reveal today. You have to talk to Micah about that one. Are you getting flued out for the Met? I have no idea. I never know until a lot closer to the Met. So I never actually know. They normally tell me like maybe a month before. So obviously that's a long way away from now. Any class recommendations at CSM? Just started womenswear. Oh, shout out to you, womenswear at CSM. When you say class recommendations, what do you mean? Because I mean, like when I was at CSM, if you're in first year, I remember, was it first year? In first year, you're going to do a lecture called 20th Century Chronology, which is actually a really good lecture where you learn everything there is to learn about fashion in the 20th century. And that's, I think, one of the few classes where all of fashion is involved. So, like women's wear design, men's wear design, journalism, fashion history and theory, FCP, like knitwear, FDA. That's actually the only class that everyone is involved in. Do you think Sean will be at McQueen for long? I don't know, because I honestly think he's improving. Obviously, eventually we will review his McQueen collection. I honestly think he's getting better. So I don't know. I don't really know, to be honest. I think Sabato is more likely to leave Gucci before Sean McGear. Any new shows you've been watching and most importantly enjoying? So recently I was watching Industry and I just finished it like a few days ago. So now I'm looking for a new show to watch. I haven't actually watched Succession. I've watched maybe 3 episodes, so maybe that's like a thing that I should watch, to be honest. But yeah, Industry, amazing show. Absolutely loved Industry. It's such a good show. Are you excited about Sarah Burton at Givenchy? I very much am. I very, very much am. Like I've talked about it already in a video, of course, but I think that she's just such a good fit. Really, really good fit. Aesthetically, her aesthetic works there. I'd love to see her doing haute couture. That is what I'm looking forward to the most from her, to be honest. And of course, she's kind of following in Lee McQueen's footsteps. We've talked about this before, but he was also at Givenchy. She's now going to Givenchy. It's like really cool. Am I letting my hair grow out? Yes, I am. How do you notice? You guys are sharp. How did you notice that? Because I normally cut my hair. I normally like go bald or whatever. But now I'm growing my hair out. But yes, you're right. But I don't know how you noticed that. Is it from the side? Interesting. Do we know where Galliano is going? No, we're still speculating. Some people are saying Dior, but now people are saying that the leading candidate at Dior is Jonathan Anderson, and he's going to be leaving Loewe and going to Dior. People are saying it's a promotion. He's being promoted to Dior. So we'll see. Some people are saying that John Galliano is going to return to his eponymous label. Who knows? Going back to the Met, Naomi Campbell better use her celebrity to make sure that things are done right. I mean, we can't rely on Naomi Campbell. Like, Naomi Campbell is. I love her from her impact as a black person in fashion, but Naomi Campbell as an individual, I don't think you should rely on her. This is someone that was scamming a charity and got banned from a charity. Like, that is not the kind of person that we can rely on for anything. What do we think of the Mel Ottenberg redone denim? So I thought the campaign was cool. I think because the silhouettes of the jeans weren't anything interesting, at least to me. There wasn't anything interesting there. I think the only thing that I thought about, I think I even put it on my Instagram story, was the campaign. I thought it was really cool because Mel Ottenberg is very much like a playful jokester. So I knew that the campaign would be like really witty and funny, and that tended to be the case. Let me see if I can find the campaign. Is this it? Okay, yeah, this is just Mel talking about it. Where's the campaign video? That's Becca, style.com. Ah, yeah, that's the campaign video. There we go. So yeah, it was cool. I more like the campaign more so than the denim itself. So yeah, those are my thoughts on it. Are you mad that they chose Kendrick to play the Super Bowl over you? That's a funny question considering everyone is mad about the Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl thing. People are like, oh, it should have been this person. It should have been that person. Should have been Lil Wayne. It should have been. But yeah, it's. That's funny. That's honestly funny. Can we talk about ASAP Rocky saying men's fashion is terrible right now in that interview last week? That really pissed me off. Men's fashion is literally on the cusp of Renaissance slash Golden Age thoughts. I mean, yeah, saying men's fashion is terrible is a bit of a reductive statement, even from ASAP Rocky, only because fashion is vast. And this is the take I always have. Like, you know, when people like to say, oh, fashion is dying, look at the brands like Gucci and all this stuff. The brands are less interesting. There was a point in time when luxury fashion used to influence fast fashion and everyone used to copy what the luxury brands did. And they were sort of the arbiters of style. And they really showed what style is and they led the way in terms of what the trends were. But now in this, realm of fashion, these brands are so uninspired that they are reacting to the trends rather than making them. But I think that's a very reductive way to look at fashion because fashion is not just the Gucci's and the Dior's, right? There's so many other brands to look at. So it's kind of a weird statement to then say men's fashion is terrible or like fashion is dead or those kind of like reductive generalizations. I think they're always not going to make sense. So those are my thoughts on that. Someone said Succession is overblown and overrated. Damn. Damn. Oh yeah, La Maison. La Maison is it's like a a poor man's Succession, isn't it? It's like a French Succession type thing, but like over dramatized. Is there any brand you would love to design for? No chance of being fired, full reign over designs, and you can bring a team of designers of your choice. Um, hmm. To be honest, probably Helmet Lang, to be honest, because I feel like I have so people don't know this, but I'll just tell you anyway. Because I have so many friends that are designers, and because sometimes I have a harsh way of like reviewing clothes. So a lot of my friends sometimes want to know my opinion on their work just to have like someone who's not just going to be like, oh my god, you're amazing, oh my god, like send me something free next season. So I get loads of designers that ask me, oh, what do you think about this collection? And I've helped some designers through their collection, so I clearly have like creative ideas. And when I think of my creative ideas and what brand that would work at, my ideas would work at a brand like a Jill Sander or a Helmut Lang, those kind of brands. So because I guess my aesthetic works for those brands, I guess that would be the brand that I would love to design for, because I think it would actually make sense. Like I couldn't design at Schiaparelli. That I'm not that kind of person. Oh yeah, David. So it's because in fashion, I think in fashion we have a in the fashion industry, our morality is very poor. Or our what's the word? Like I feel like the things that people get away with in fashion, there are people that get away with it in different industries, like in politics. Powerful people get away with insane things. But I think fashion is one of those industries that if you're powerful, you get away with insane stuff. Like not to go into it, but like photographers, for example, are some of the worst human beings on this planet, especially the photographers that work in fashion. Like they abuse underage models and blackmail them and do all sorts of stuff, right? But all that stuff, people know that these things happen. Have these people been allowed to continue to work in fashion? Yes. Are a lot of these people creeps? Yes. Are they still allowed to work in fashion? Yes. So I just think in fashion, you have to do something so atrocious to get completely cancelled. You probably have to like kill someone or something before people be like, okay, let's like let's bring out the brakes here. Let me see. Let me just have this so you guys aren't seeing Mel just dancing the whole time. Okay, I guess you're reacting to what I said about ASAP Rocky. Um, so funny enough, ASAP Rocky, once again, there are artists, I guess, rappers, whatever you want to call them. I don't like to call ASAP Rocky a rapper because I think he's a lot more than that. His talents spread a lot further than that. But he's just not, he's a very stylish person, but I can't imagine I could have a conversation with ASAP Rocky about like really deep historical fashion unless we're talking about a designer like Raf Simons. So, and I don't think he should be expected to know about that. He's not a fashion journalist. He's not a fashion historian. That's not his job. So I don't expect it. I just think that some celebrities sometimes, I've seen this. Let me start mentioning names of people that do this sometimes. ASAP Rocky does it. Lil Yachty does it too. So Lil Yachty overestimates his fashion knowledge a lot of times. So he'll be like, Atlanta is the best style in the whole USA. And it's just like, bro, what are you talking about? He's like, Atlanta inspired all of fashion. It's like, okay. But that's what happens when people overestimate their fashion knowledge. They start making these crazy sweeping statements that don't make any sense. So that's what happens. Purple Rain says, if you like Succession, you'll like Billions. You'll also like Industry, or for a change of pace, Silicon Valley. Interesting. I mean, like I said, Industry is like, I just finished it. It's one of my favorites. Uh, John was not. I don't like covering this because I talk about it all the time. It feels like I'm beating a dead horse. John was not goaded into saying what he did. There were multiple instances of him being anti-Semitic. It wasn't just like a one-time thing where someone provoked him and then he said, like he has been known to say anti-Semitic things on multiple occasions. It wasn't just a one-time thing, and it's not a goaded thing. And even if he was goaded, it's still not a it's not an appropriate response. Like if someone insults me, I'm going to insult them back within reason. I'm not going to resort to things like anti-Semitism or like things like that, if you know what I mean. So once again, even that still is not an excuse. And then going into like me saying, yeah, Terry Richardson is an example of like once again people that are allowed to navigate fashion, but they have very questionable histories. So that's just the fashion industry. Fashion industry sometimes attracts some of the worst people in society. Unfortunately, it's just how it is. This is how it is. LALC, this is very true too. The thing about fashion is that a lot of people are behind the scenes people, so it's easier for them to just get away with things. This is true because a lot of even the stuff, like crazy stuff that I know about stuff that has gone on, or certain photographers or designers or whoever, stylists that have done questionable things, these are things that are known in the industry by people that work in the industry, but not necessarily known by, let's say, the wider public. And it would be weird for me to then come out and be the singular person that starts like trying to say these things because I know that nothing's going to come of it. So that's why these people get away with a lot of stuff. Yeah, Micah, by the way, I'm just seeing Micah's comment. People were asking me what shows I watch. So I just said I finished Industry recently. Also, something I've been watching is Slow Horses on Apple TV. I really like Slow Horses. It's not like that deep or whatever, but it's nice, like chill TV. Someone says the narcissism is rampant in fashion, and it's celebrated in a twisted way. Can we talk about how bad the Off-White show was? As a New Yorker, I was so excited to have a big house show there. Was legit a 0 out of 10. Damn. Virgil deserved better. Damn. And shortly after, the brand got sold. That's very telling. I so the funny thing is that let me not even say, but all I'm saying is I'm a big fan of Ib Kamara. All I'll say is I'm a huge fan of Ib Kamara, but I just think that his Off-White leaves a lot to be desired. It does leave a lot to be desired. But I'm a big fan of Ib Kamara from a styling standpoint, from an image making standpoint. I think he's one of the best image makers of our time right now. But I just think for whatever reason at Off-White, it just no. I'm just catching up with the comments right now. Off-White died with Virgil. Similarly, how Alexander McQueen ended with Lee. I don't think it's comparable though. I think the difference between Alexander McQueen and then Sarah Burton's McQueen, there was a drop off there, but there wasn't like a like crazy drop off to where, oh my god, like McQueen is dead. It was never that. I think people are more having that conversation with Sean McGear rather than Sarah Burton. But I think with Off White, once Virgil left, it literally just felt like this brand shouldn't even exist anymore. For real. I think Heron Preston should take over Off White. What does Heron Preston even do? Is his brand still a thing? Does his brand still exist? Because I'm not actually too sure about that. Wait, what is someone talking about? I agree, and trust me, I know I worked at Louis Vuitton designing women's bags, and the workplace was toxic, and I was bullied and mentally tortured. Oh my god, NM, I'm so sorry you went through that. What era? Actually, don't say because I don't want you to it to affect your career. I was gonna say what era of Louis Vuitton was it? Like who was the creative director at the time? But it's up to you if like you want to say or not. I don't want like them to trace it back to you or whatever. So just protecting you on that end. No, Aaron Preston has no couture or cut and sew capabilities. While the individuals make incredible clothing, Aaron is too underqualified. Hate to say it, but the kind of customer that bought Off-White were hype followers and followed him is like the Kanye for Adidas customer. They'll never respect what comes after. That is also a good point. A lot of why people bought Off-White was definitely predicated on hype. I cannot disagree with that. Okay, these are some good recommendations. I'll definitely check them out once I'm off the stream. Hunter, you're trying to get me cancelled. Who are the mean girls in the fashion world? I shall not be telling you that. I'll leave that for you to decide because I am not about to get blacklisted in this industry. I've only just started. I only graduated 2 years ago. Come on, guys. Cornbow says Sarah's tenure was great, but there's enough difference to where it's just not Lee. And considering Lee said he didn't want his brand to continue after his death, adds another layer. Yeah, I know. Obviously, we talk about the fact that Lee said that he didn't want his brand to continue. So many other designers have said that, by the way, and that wasn't respected. I also think that Lee wasn't actually in any position to say that, considering he didn't own his brand. Kering owned the rights to his brand. So it's one of those things where it sounds nice, but in a business sense, it doesn't work. Like you can't expect Kering to invest millions and millions into a brand and then just like be like, oh yeah, we're just gonna close it down now. Like it's not, business doesn't work like that. I'd PM you on IG. We follow each other and spoken there before. Okay, message me on Instagram. I'm curious to know. But yeah, so long as you don't say it publicly, because I want my audience to be safe from the grip of Bernard Arnault. I'm fine. I talk about Bernard Arnault all the time, but I do it willingly. But if if you actually work at like houses, please don't do that. It's sad because he had so many friends and it really needs a celebrity connection to push some of these pieces. And there just obviously isn't that investment in PR anymore. True. House of Cards is really good also, by the way. I've watched House of Cards. That's really good. I sends apology letters to Arnaud after every stream. Do you know what's funny though? I don't think, even though I'm very critical of Bernard Arnault, I don't think he cares. Like, even if someone, let's say, showed him one of my streams, I don't think he would actually care. I think what he cares about is people sharing LVMH secrets, which is why recently in a Discord we were talking about it. Join the Discord if you're not part of it already. But we were talking about this list that came out where Bernard Arnault was essentially saying that no member of staff in any LVMH brand is allowed to talk to a set of names. And there was a list, and it was like the likes of Miss Tweed and like different journalists that are always sharing the tea on like what's going on at different brands. And I found that really interesting because he was almost essentially like trying to bully these brands out of sharing information with these people. I think that's more what he cares about. Even in what did it say in that list? It said, anyone who talks to these people, it shall be seen as an act of betrayal. I was like, damn, Bernard Arnault. He's basically saying, if you speak to any of these people, you shall never be working for any LVMH brand ever again. This man really said it shall be seen as an act of betrayal. I said, damn, Bernard Arnault is at it again. So I think he cares more about stuff like that. I don't think he cares about someone like me, calling him the wolf in cashmere clothing. I think he cares about stuff like that. Time to make dinner for my hubby and son. Bye, friends. It's great to see you all. Have a great night. Oh my God. Thank you for tuning in as always, Rachel. We always love your presence in these stream chats. Okay, let's see what Michael is saying. It's more than that. The clothes are not connecting to the audience anymore. The brand was an extension of his personality. Without it, it's difficult to present those ideas. I also think, I think one of the issues with Ib Kamara's Off-White is there isn't really any through line to the collections. It's just really random. And it makes for collections that just look like one hot mess of loads of looks. There's no through line. Later on in Virgil Abloh's career, which is when I really started to love him as a designer, is when he had these deeply conceptual collections. More so at Louis Vuitton, of course, but also at Off-White, he started to lean into that too. And it was really strange when he passed to see these collections that go back to just these collections of, I have an idea for a skirt, so let me do that. Okay, I have this idea for a top, let me do that. Okay, I have this idea for a jacket, let me just put it on the runway. And then it just becomes a bunch of 100 ideas of disjointed elements. It's so disjointed. And that doesn't help it. When Virgil, what we associate with Virgil now is tourist versus purist, looking at what does it even mean to be a designer, looking at all these themes. And then it's almost like modern Off-White, post Virgil, is taking steps backwards. That's what it feels like. I genuinely have felt like Ib's tenure, he isn't knuckling down on anything. The brand now feels very project-y. It's so incoherent. Exactly. He is learning at a brand that is supposed to be maturing. Facts. Virgil was free marketing because you're buying into him as a person when buying Off-White. His various Instagram pages presented behind the scenes looks at fashion, design, and the process. This doesn't happen anymore. Oh yeah, facts. But once again, Ib Kamara is not Virgil. I don't want this to seem like I'm critiquing Ib Kamara, because I actually do. I'm a huge fan of Ib Kamara, by the way. I think, like I said, he's one of the best image makers of our current day. I just don't think that, and this isn't a slight to Ib Kamara, I just think most people in fashion are like this. Virgil Abloh is one of the few people, and I talk about this all the time, that understands all the different aspects of fashion as they exist. I don't really feel like Ib Kamara does. He doesn't give me, from just my knowledge of who he is, he doesn't give me the sense that he understands every facet of fashion. I think he understands high fashion. I think he understands that world. But it feels like someone that comes from the school of thought of high fashion purism, trying to make what he thinks streetwear is. And that's basically what his Off-White is. And that's why it feels really disjointed. Whereas Virgil Abloh, knew everything that was going on everywhere. He knew every designer. He spoke to everyone. He knew everything that was going on. He was sharing his creative process all the time. That aspect of Virgil's work is completely lost with Ib Kamara. The fact that on Canary Yellow, he would post show notes to all his shows, and it would be deep down to the fabrics that he uses, down to the events, what he was thinking about with the collection, what he's trying to achieve through the collection. All of that was there. And so I think sometimes these creative directors, they go to brands and I don't really think they know what the ethos of the house is, or it comes across like they don't understand what the ethos of the house is, because Ed Kamara should be doing the Canary Yellow thing, or he should be, doing something different, sharing a a look into the process like Virgil would, right? That would add some intrigue. Even if the creations are a bit random, maybe there's intrigue in the technique that you've used for certain garments. Maybe there's intrigue in how you've designed certain pieces. But the issue is there's none of that. It's completely removed from a Virgil Abloh brand, right? And what Virgil Abloh stands for, like this democratic idea of what high fashion should mean or what it should be, is totally lost when it comes to Ib Kamara's Off White. So yeah. What are your thoughts on fashion journalists that present themselves as voices in fashion community slash niches, but are really just wannabe influencers without naming names? Damn. That's a whoa. He said, and this is not about you. I think you're one of the good ones. I could definitely think about a few without naming names. I mean, I first of all, I didn't even think you were talking about me because me personally, not even to like flex or whatever, but at the end of the day, I am the one that studied fashion journalism at CSM and worked at BOF and Vogue Runway. I'm not exactly like someone that just like hops on the internet and chat shit with no experience working in the fashion industry. So yeah, I know, but I don't actually know who you're talking about. Let's see. Fashion journalists that present themselves as voices in the fashion communities and niches, but are really just wannabe influencers without naming names. I'm trying to think who who is he talking, who are they talking about? I guess I can't really speak on it because I literally can't even off the top of my head even I don't know who you're talking about. Like I have no idea. Um so I wouldn't know. Because the people I follow, I think make good content. So people like Tuba Avalon, people like Mary's Room, and Tuba has never said she's a journalist, by the way. She never claims to be a fashion journalist. Same thing as Mary's Room. So, like, the people I follow aren't that. I'm trying to think fashion, and then the other fashion journalists I follow are like really experienced, established journalists, like the Rachel Tashjians and the Tim Blanks and the Robin Gavans of the world. So it's very hard for me to fashion journalists that are wannabe influencers. Hmm. I'd have to revisit. I'll have to revisit that one. I'd have to revisit that. Micah says he was a pattern maker, guys. Did you know that? Oh my god, that's funny. Essential St. Martin's good. I've heard many different things. Wait, Pilar, are you trolling or do you seriously want to know? If you want to know, I'll let you know. But I don't know if you're trolling. She's my Celine and Row comforter. Are you talking about Mary's Room? I feel like that's Mary's Room because Tuba isn't really. She doesn't wear the Row or Celine, as far as I know. Tuba is more like Balenciaga, Y Project, Prada, Jill Sander vibes. Okay, Uni says maybe more influencers want to be journalists. Oh, okay. Oh, in that sense, okay, I can understand that. That's true. In terms of like influencers that okay, that's true. That's true. That's true. I guess people like that though. I don't really follow them. Like I only follow people that I find insightful. So if I find someone not that insightful, then I'm just not going to follow them. So, like someone like Tuba, once again, I find really insightful. I think she has a very interesting perspective on things. Same with Mary's Room. Same with Fashion Lover 4. Same with Ryan Finn. Same with like so many names I can mention. The kind of people that just like chat shit, I just wouldn't follow them. So that's probably why I don't have a good framework of names of people like that. Okay, she's not trolling. I just wanted to figure it out. I want an honest opinion. Um, Yeah, okay, this is facts. You know those videos where it's like, you need to know about this one little known fashion designer, and it's like Ray Kawakubo. Yeah, those kind of videos. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay, I understand. I understand where you guys are getting where you're getting at with that one. I get that. Anyway, back to the CSM. Pilar, if you have any specific questions for me, let me know in terms of like my CSM experience. I think that it's definitely good. There are some issues with CSM, like the curriculum, like how, once again, not like I think there could be more range with the fashion history we learn about for sure. I think there could be more context. Um, I think depending on what you study might determine the experience you have. So I studied fashion journalism, and fashion journalism at Central St. Martin's is quite a communal thing. A lot of people on my course were like friends with each other because we're not really in competition with each other. It was kind of like a very healthy vibe. Of course, there was that typical fashion school bitchiness that you get sometimes, but for the most part, but compared to a lot of other courses I saw, it was quite a communal vibe. People liked each other. It was very collaborative. But if you study fashion design, I have a lot of friends that study fashion design, and it was a disaster. I've had friends who their clothes have been stolen and destroyed. I have friends who their work has been copied. It's just it's a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. So I think it depends also what you study. But then there are also designers I know that have had amazing experiences. So I think it depends also. It depends. Bro chuckled in a villainous tone. It's just bad because fashion. So the graduate show at Central St. Martin's, there are limited spaces. Not everyone gets to show at the graduate show at Central St. Martin's. So what that then means is the designers are in competition to make sure that they are on that show. So if there's any way that they can prevent someone else from being on the show so that it gives them a better chance, they will do it. Obviously, not everyone is like that, but there are people that think like that. So that's why the day before a project, someone's work gets destroyed. So then they can't make a new one in time. Then they get a bad grade, and then that affects their ability to, or how they're perceived by their tutors, which will then ultimately affect their ability to be part of the CSM graduate show, if that makes sense. It's all a knock on effect. Also, a lot of the funding at some St. Martin's is all for the designers, which obviously makes sense. So, all the awards at Central St. Martin's, they're really, let me go on their website now. All of them were design awards, apart from, I think there was something when I was at CSM, I don't know if they still do it, called the Burberry Awards, where fashion journalism students could win that one. But everything else, all the other awards at Sunset Martins were all design stuff. So once again, they're in competition with each other for money. Or for example, the BFC supports a lot of designers who might not, let's say, be able to afford to go to school and supports them. But there's no BFC support for journalism students, like fashion journalism or anything. It's all design. So once again, they're in competition for that. So because in design, especially at Sunset Martins, there's just so much competition and everyone is fighting for the same stuff. It just makes for a really toxic environment sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. But I want to go on their website and see what scholarships they're offering right now. But you'll see that majority of them will be fashion design scholarships. Let's see. Yep, I'm looking at design scholarships, a UAL postgraduate scholarship. Hmm. Interesting, interesting, interesting. People talking about Cambridge. Thoughts on Stefano's work so far, Andy, more in the context of taking over after Ludovic de Saint-Saëns. So, I am a fan of Stefano's work slightly, although I wasn't a big fan of the latest show. But I do like what he's doing is essentially old Andre Millimista, but kind of slightly more commercial. So I'm not mad at it, but if you're an Andy fan like me, you probably like I own Andy coats already. And so what he makes, they're of no interest to me because I already have a coat in the silhouettes that he makes. Well, that's why I found Sebastian Munier more interesting than all these designers, to be honest, outside of Andy herself, because Sebastian Munier went such a different direction from what you typically associate with like Andre Millimeister's work herself. And so it made for new clothes that you could get behind and grails. And I think Ludovic didn't achieve that at all. Stefano is kind of just bringing it back to the old Andy, but it's like if you're an old Andy fan already, you already own those clothes. So like I guess they have to try and get a new market, which they have been successful with. I think Brenda hashtag, Andre Enemies actually should pay Brenda hashtag royalties because I think that Brenda hashtag has all these girlies on TikTok and Instagram in a chokehold. The amount of girls on TikTok, in fact, I was on TikTok yesterday and I saw at least 3 videos of 3 different content creators talking about I just bought my first Andrew Minamista piece. And it's those like, let me go on their website, I'll show you. It's the back lacing or the front laced all the way to your shins boots or heels that all the girlies are buying. And I'm like, if you're an old fan of Andre Minamista, you already have that. So they've been able to attract a new audience, which is kudos to them and their marketing and what they're doing. But I do think that a lot of it, credit has to be given to Brenda Hashtag because I think that she has so many fans and there are so many people that want to dress like her and look like her. Let me just put this on the screen quickly. Yeah, so I've seen a lot of people buying these. I've also seen a lot of people buy these. These ones especially. So I call this the Brenda hashtag effect. Like all the girlies on TikTok have been buying these. This is also true, by the way, Joe. I think some of CSM's low income student type scholarships have restrictions on what countries you can be from to qualify. That's true. That's true. Yeah, competition, but you don't see equipment sabotaged at the Olympics. That story was the start. Yeah, but fashion, we've come to the conclusion that fashion people are toxic. Like we've come to this conclusion. This is facts though. Brenda hashtag has these girls going dummy for the Andes and Tabby. Shout out to Brenda though. I love Brenda's style because Brenda just dresses like when I was younger, or I guess when I first got into Andy, the girls that like I thought were so cool were girls that used to wear Andy. And like Brenda hashtag just reminds me of those kind of people, right? Like really cool. So yeah, shout out to Brenda hashtag for introducing the TikTok generation to the work of Auntie Muna Meister. Because I honestly think without her, I don't think the brand would be as relevant with younger people as it is today, to be very honest. Thoughts on Celine wiping all of Eddie's work off their YouTube? I'm crushed. Really? Oh my god, I didn't even notice. Let me go on their YouTube channel now. Why would they do? I hate it when brands do that because sometimes when I want to review an old show, I normally go and look at their YouTube channel and then go through like the old collection so I can find the runway video. And it becomes so much harder when they start wiping stuff. It's not even good for the brand because less people will talk about it or make videos if they can't find the right resources. I just checked their YouTube page now. Yeah, they've only got 4 videos up. That's a shame. I think that's a bad idea personally. Bro said I have a crush on Brenda. I do not have a crush on Brenda. Hashtag chill out. I said she reminds me of Auntie Lamista girls when I was younger who I thought were really cool. Like she brings me back to that time when I first got into Auntie Lamista and I used to look at like mood boards. Like chill out, bro. Chill. Can a man not like a woman's style without all of a sudden being attracted to the woman? It's okay to like someone's style, you know, without being attracted to that same person. Okay, someone saying short-sighted move on Celine's part. Yeah, I totally agree. Like, why do they do that? Not the greatest of choices, my personal opinion. Said I deaded the rumor with the quickness. Yeah, because I don't want like I wouldn't say I'm like friends with Brenda hashtag, but I talk to her sometimes. Like if I see Brenda hashtag in person, I'll say hello and we'll have a conversation, and that has happened in the past. So can you imagine how awkward it would be if like people start throwing this rumor around that I have a crush on Brenda Hassel, which obviously isn't true. I just like her style. But like we can't allow that to start traveling before I start having awkward conversations with her. It'd just be so weird. Would you consider Brenda hashtag an influencer? Um, I guess so. I think I've heard her refer to herself as an influencer, so I guess so. Um, I guess so. Someone's asking me to play one of the videos. Let's play the latest. Actually, we'll play. We watched the womenswear show last time, so let's play the menswear show. Eddie Simon really said, "I'm just gonna get these 2 collections off in quick succession and then dip." Like it was crazy how he released 2 quick menswear and womenswear collections and then just dipped. Micah said, "Let's normalize having crushes on our friends." Micah is really trying to push like he's really trying to push this narrative on me. This is insane, guys. Also, why is this video buffering? What the hell? This internet is trying to embarrass me live on stream. But yeah, Micah is really trying to force this rumor on me. Micah, you're not going to win. You are not going to win. Micah moving wicked. He must have had the Skittles. Wait, where's Micah? Come down. You have to join in. It's after hours now anyway. So you might as well come down. Since you want to force Brenda hashtag allegations on top of my head, you might as well say it to my face, bro. Say it to my face, bro. Micah is on some Joker shit. Michael wants barbecue in winter. Oh, so I woke you up, bro. Why are you sleep? This guy sleeps at the weirdest of times. This guy is sleeping in the middle of the day, and he calls me a vampire. That's funny. I woke Micah up, and then he hopped into my stream. A really random and off-topic question. Thoughts on trunk shows, and are they coming back? I don't think they are. I don't know. I just I think new generation. I don't think they are very. I don't think this TikTok generation has the attention span to go to a trunk show and like just go from store to store and go through people's clothing and work and have the patience to really like explore clothing in that way. I think everyone now wants things fast, they want things quick, they want things marketed to them in certain ways. So I don't think, trunk shows are coming back in full force. I think there are pockets of people that appreciate it. So I think it's more of like a niche thing, and I think it will always be that. Like I said, it's quite literally midnight right now. Mike is trying to tell us that he has baddies. Let's see what culture is saying. I think insanely curated slash craved pop-ups are the closest things we're going to have to the heyday of trunk shows. That's a good point, actually, because there have been a few pop-ups that have been really interesting. Even as recently as like not that long ago, Bianca Saunders had a really cool pop-up in London that I went to. So there are people still doing like really fun conceptual like pop-up things, but trunk shows, yeah, is more of like a niche thing for sure. This Celine video is beyond denying. The funny thing, Uni, is that every Celine video is really jarring in the sense that the way they film it is strange. The angles are odd. They never give you enough time to actually see the clothing that you're looking at. It just kind of glitches between different frames, as you can see is happening right now. I don't know why they've chosen to do that style. It's really annoying. But it's the Celine style. Like they're spending more time filming fountains than showing us the clothing. The way shopkeepers look at me staring at clothes for extended periods of time ain't happening for me. I know what you're getting at there, so yeah, understandable. We're getting a wonderful tour of the gardens. Have a look at the chandeliers and the wonderful grounds. Like, we're looking at chandeliers. Now we're looking at a sculpture. This is what I imagine Eton looks like. You're not far off, to be honest. Eton does kind of look like that, to be fair. Like this is Eton. So you're not far off. You're not far off. Landscaper was in his bag. Bored Black Sheep says, I feel like they try to be cinematic and over dramatic. Look at us. This is not a recording, it's a movie. And I guess that goes into because Eddie Simon himself is very much like into film and things like that. So that's probably why he wants it to be cinematic. But I feel like you can make something cinematic and focus on the clothes. So that viral John Galliano artisanal show, I think was a good example of that, where it was super cinematic. Like you see someone running in the corridor and it was really cinematic, but then you had enough time to really look at the clothes and take them in still. I think you can do both. I certainly didn't go to Eton. I do not come from a family of aristocrats. And my parents are certainly not multimillionaires. So no, I did not go to Eton. If I went to Eton, I would sound a lot more posh. I don't sound posh enough to be from Eton, to have gone to Eton. I'll be like, "Hello there. How are you guys doing? Today we're going to be talking about Celine, because I think that Elie Simon is one of the greatest designers of our modern day. And so what I actually think is his tailoring is exquisite. His work is exceptional. His touch is one of a kind." That is honestly how I would talk if I went to Eton. Someone saying my dad is a Nigerian oil baron. Jesus. The way people are spreading misinformation in this chat. You'll pull the accent off too well. Watch out, we're onto you. Wait, waiting for the people on horseback to come and chase them through the woods. Oh my god, this is so. I do find the accent so patronizing too. Sorry, patronizing. I said patronizing. I find it so patronizing. It kind of sometimes they don't mean to be patronizing, but I honestly feel like really posh people, they kind of they have their nose up at everyone, if you know what I mean. That's a very British phrase to say. I feel like, do Americans use that, like to have your nose up? Do Americans say that? To have your nose up is to like be like, "Ah," like to think you're just above everyone. Like you just think you're better at everyone. You don't even need to like look at people. Your nose is just upwards because everyone else is a peasant type of thing. It's like a very English phrase to have your nose up. But yeah, I feel like posh people are kind of like that. They just have an air of it's weird. Someone said I even have the posh laugh. What the hell? How do posh people laugh? Millionaire said, "We say nose in the air." Okay, so very similar then. Very similar. Or stuck up. To my American ears, you sound like a mix of the Mandem and a posh accent. That's what most people say. So that's why I say that I don't think I'm posh enough to claim that I'm from Eton. I personally think because I was born and grew up in Lewisham. So like I grew up in working class London. I am not Sally from Chelsea or Mark from Mayfair or wherever. Luke says, "What's all this posh slander?" Luke is here to defend the posh people. That's so funny. You sound middle class minimum. I've said this thing before, but I guess there's new people in the chat, so I'll say it again. I as most people, my family, they kind of like my dad climbed the corporate ladder and my mum progressed in her career. So obviously my dad was an immigrant and my mum was born in the UK and they were building their careers over time. So when I was younger, my parents didn't have as much money as they have now, for example. So my life kind of improved and I became more middle class as time progressed, if that makes sense. So you go from like being like on the fringes of middle class slash working class, and then you kind of then become middle class. So that was kind of how it was for me. So I actually did go to private school when I was older, and that's where I guess the poshness comes from because I went to private school later on in life. But there's still like an air of Mandem in the back of my accent because that's literally where I grew up, and that was where I was born in Lewisham, literally. I forgot how annoying the Celine video is. Yeah, rich English twinks are like Dears Jesus. So it's cool. We have a similar background. Don't worry, I was just explaining it for people that might not be aware. People that are new to the chat. Low-key, I'm from the same borough. Oh, no way. You're from Lewisham. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Aya's parents used to drive him to school in a Rolls Royce. Like Victoria Beckham. I am working class. I am working class. Be honest. Be honest. Be honest. Be honest. What did your dad drive you to school in? Be honest. Well, when I was going to school, my dad would drop me off in a Rolls Royce. That was so funny. Bro really said, yeah, Victoria, we're not going to allow you to be spreading and sharing false narratives. Be honest. Be honest. Imagine I had a Jeffrey. Can you imagine that? If I had my own personal Jeffrey. Be honest, guys. Be honest. Shout out to David Beckham though. Fashion icon. People are now saying I'm friends with Liz Truss. Never. Never. Okay, Luke. See, Luke is a posho, so Luke knows where the posh people live. I have no idea. So, real poshos live in Pimlico, Hampstead, Chiswick, Richmond. Definitely, I'm aware that rich people live in Richmond. Hampstead also. Chiswick. I know rich people live there, but it's not the first thing that comes to mind. Pimlico. Actually, I wouldn't even think of that. To be fair, I didn't even know. Where isn't Pimlico like close to the bridge? Or am I wrong, Luke? Let me Google it. 1 second. Let me check Google Maps. It's close to the bridge, no? Let me see. Oh yeah, it is close to the bridge. I am right. Um okay. Where it is, I'm looking at it on a map now. Its proximity to other expensive areas, it makes sense. Let me just put it on the screen so people can see what I'm looking at. So it's where it is, it's like where Westminster is. It's like, yeah. It makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Where it is, it's like close to Battersea and Kensington. Makes a lot of sense. See, Luke knows. If you guys want a posh consultant, speak to Luke, not me. I'll lead you astray. Are there any Etonians in the chat? Who knows? There might be, there might not be. Fulham. When I think of rich people in London, also, I think of North London. I think that most rich people that want space live in like kind of like what I call central north. It's like North London, but not really. It's like North London by postcode, but I kind of see it as central. Like all those really expensive areas. Like even doesn't Hampstead fall into that? Where is Hampstead? Is it like North London? I swear it's like North London by postcode. I could be wrong. This is how you know I'm not posh, but I think it is. Oh yeah, so Battersea got posher. Yeah, so Hampstead is north, exactly. So it's like when I think of rich people, I think of like north postcode, but really I see it as central London still. Okay, so Hampstead is northwest. Mike is saying northwest. Yeah, Battersea is like they're really gentrifying Battersea. They turned the power station into the most luxurious flats you've ever seen in your life. It's so strange. Let me Google it. I feel like I'm giving non-Londoners a geography lesson. Let me show you guys this stuff. Okay, let me show you guys. So this is the Battersea Power Station, which is obviously like an actual like power station, like industrial station. And they've kept it for historical sake, but they've turned it into like some luxury apartments and stuff that are super expensive. Like so expensive it doesn't make sense. Like all these like fancy apartments and like rich people are moving there because rich people like to be cool even though they're not. Like finance bros that are not cool at all. Like, oh my god, I live in like a power station. Like so cool. It's like those kind of people that move there. Yeah, most posh folks I know in London live in the north. I agree. At least the ones I know. Like Hampstead is like posh central. North is more affordable than West. West London has more graded houses. Interesting. Apartments still the size of a cardboard box. Facts. Facts. They are very, very tiny. Let's see if we can find some estate agents or like properties for sale. Battersea Power Station apartments. Let's see what they've got for us. View apartments, limited availability. Like, look at this expert gentrification, guys. Like, what? They turned a power station into luxury flats. Like, these guys are going crazy. Yeah, London house prices are insane. They actually don't make any sense. Um, let's see. We need some more. Where are the buildings? Let's get some. Isn't there like a virtual tour? Let's see the power station. Just 254 stunning apartments will ever exist in the iconic London landmark Battersea Power Station. Apartments feature original brick and steelwork dating back to the 1930s, critter windows, Art Deco inspired interiors, and state of the art appliances and technology. Hmm. 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 Do they rent to Urbans? Probably not. No, I'm joking. Aya thinks he's on Selling Sunset. Imagine. This is a great apartment with loads of amenities. No, my LA accent needs work. Loads of amenities. Loads of amenities. We've got marble flooring. What should be gate kept right now in fashion? Um, what should be gate kept? That's a good question. Um, I don't know because things that I would suggest maybe a certain level of gatekeeping should occur. When I think about it, I'm like, maybe you shouldn't go all the way because there's good that can come from it. So, for example, like even going back to like, because I know you asked a question about like influencers that want to be journalists and whatever. I think there needs to be a certain level of like understanding of things before you can just like start spouting shit. So, like for example, something like the Met Gala, I would say needs to be gate kept because when the Met Gala happens, you see maybe 10,000 videos on TikTok and YouTube and Instagram of people that don't care about fashion or know anything that's going on. And they're just like, that's a shit dress. That's good. And it kind of reduces what the Met Gala represents or the exhibit because you have such a reductive way in which people talk about the whole Met Gala and the exhibit and stuff. It just comes down to, oh, that's a shit dress. Oh, that's no context. They don't even know what designer designed the clothes. They don't even know anything about the designer that designed the clothes. They don't know the stylist that they work with. So, you know what I mean? I think part of the Met Gala needs to be gate kept if it's going to be taken seriously over the long term. Um, so I guess that's one thing that I can say. Not that it will ever be gate kept, but I just mean like in a perfect world, in a utopia, it should be. Getting hit with real estate bullshit. Good thing he hears bullshit every day. He can survive it. Can we get an Io pretending to be posh stream? Oh no, hell no. We can invite Luke for that stream. He can do it a lot better than me. Yeah, celebrities are partially to blame. Also, celebrities fought for not taking the theme seriously. Also, celebrities fought for even not having much knowledge of fashion, like Cardi B not even knowing who her damn designer was. Like the designer is like Asian and everything. Like that's embarrassing. Not even knowing who designed the clothes that you're wearing is madness. So I think it does. Maybe a lot can be said on like who they choose to come to the Met Gala, but then part of me is like, no, because then issues can arise from that. But like just people that take it more seriously, you know what I mean? Not someone who's going to be like, oh, this is a really nice dress. Like, which designer made this? My designer is like Asian and everything. Like, I don't even know who my designer is. Like, they're Asian though. The Met Gala theme is going to have Cardi Kloss wearing a cane and a purple feather in her hat with a grill. Oh no, not the grills. Not the grills. Luke is funny. Luke said, I'm not even posh, I swear. I just went to Cambridge and live in southwest London. Luke, that is your posh. That is what being posh is. Went to Cambridge and live in southwest London. That is literally posh. Obviously, there are levels to posh, but you're one of them. Nothing wrong with being posh, to be fair, so long as you're not a prick. I think celebrities are playing a show. They're just part of the problem, but I don't think they should take all the blame. Fair enough. It's culture being made to be consumed. Maybe they should make the exhibit more central. That's true, but then I guess what helps the Met or let's say raise as much money as they do is because of the spectacle of the gala and how much attention the gala generates. Because the reason why the gala has such big sponsors is because everyone talks about the gala, everyone watches the gala. The videos that people make on the galas get millions of views across all social platforms, and so the attention is insane. So it's a good place for businesses to congregate. And if they make the exhibit more central, I think it can take away from the spectacle of the Met Gala, which can take away from revenue figures for companies and marketing budgets, which will then affect the exhibit. Funny enough, it's like it will have a knock-on effect where then there's less attention, so people won't spend as much money on the Met Gala, which means there's less money for the exhibit, and then it just gets worse. So I understand why the Met Gala has to be the central theme, but I just wish that celebrities try more, because a lot of rappers, singers, actresses, actors, they want to be part of the fashion world because they make more money. If you're just someone that makes music, you're not going to make as much money as someone that makes music and then takes that audience and then you use that to be in beauty campaigns and to do fashion collaborations with luxury brands and to do all these things, like to make your own brand like ASAP Rocky or Pharrell Williams and all that sort of stuff. But the difference between at least ASAP and Pharrell actually have a deeper understanding of fashion than most other celebrities. Most celebrities just see fashion as a cash grab, but they don't put any time into actually understanding the industry or understanding the clothes they wear or understanding anything about the designers they wear a lot or claim to like. Or some people are even ambassadors of brands and they don't even know anything about the brands that they're ambassadors for. So I just think there's just the bar is really low when it comes to a lot of celebrities. I think we need to raise that bar slightly, which is why I could probably never be a presenter at the Met Gala, even though I'd love to. That would be a dream gig. The reason why I could never do it is I don't know how to do what presenters at the Met Gala do, where you just kind of ask really mundane questions. The whole, you look really cool, like, what are you wearing? And then just like, that's it. I can't interview someone like that because I'm a curious person. So I'm going to be like, oh, what designer are you wearing? Like, what was the process of making this? Why did you choose this designer? Why did this designer? It'll be like a proper fashion interview. And I think that's probably not best for entertainment or for I think a wider audience of people wouldn't be interested in listening to a celebrity talk about that. They probably want the celebrity to talk about other stuff that I don't want to talk about because I'm going to be asking very fashion specific questions. And some celebrities might feel like I'm trying to trip them up, but I'm not. I'm just genuinely asking what you think about the designer. It's your fault if you don't know anything about the designer you're wearing. Like that's not my problem. I'm not asking you difficult questions here. I'm just asking you, tell me what, oh, that's interesting that you're wearing, Givenchy. What do you like about Givenchy? And then they're going to be like, oh, I don't like that interviewer. He tries to trip us up. It's like, no, I just ask you what you like about the brand that you're wearing. So that's probably why I wouldn't be a good host at the Met Gala or like interviewer. That's what's happening with journalism in general. It's ugly is now valid fashion criticism. True, true, especially on Twitter. Oh my god, let me show you guys because I was talking about this the other day on Discord, right? This was hilarious. Like this actually was really hilarious. Let me show you guys. It's really, really funny. Let me just find this tweet quickly. Um okay, so I tweeted this tweet and I was being like funny. I was just being sarcastic. I was like, did Zara just get an extreme injection of cash? Because obviously Stefano Pilati has recently had his Zara collab. Kate Moss, they announced that Kate Moss is doing a capsule collection with Zara. Of course, Samuel Ross has an engineered by Zara line now. So I was essentially just being cheeky, like, Zara has a lot of money all of a sudden. Where do they get all this cash from? And on Twitter, I thought that me being funny, people would just be like, ha ha, very funny. This is maybe they're changing their strategy. This is why, Zara is investing in these lines with well established designers, minus Kate Moss, of course. But Kate Moss would probably attract a really big fee because of her being such a big name. But all the comments were just, this guy doesn't even know that Zara has a lot of money. And I was like, is that where Twitter discourse has gone to? Is that where we've gone with Twitter discourse? They're like, this guy is so stupid, he doesn't even know that Zara is one of the biggest brands in the world. It's quite funny, to be fair. So we're just talking about it on Discord, but it's just funny. Clothing said, I don't think the celebrities get to choose what they're wearing. I've heard they're invited by clothing brands that purchase a table and choose who get. Oh yeah, they do. They do. They do. They do. But my point is, maybe it's just how I see things. But if a brand is it, I'll put it this way: when I get invited to, let's say, dinner, which happens a lot from a brand, and I'm not just talking about fashion brand. It might be like a company, like I don't know, like Apple or something. I'm gonna do a lot of research on, first of all, why are they inviting me into this dinner? To this dinner, let me do loads of research on all the initiatives that Apple is doing in fashion and see if there's any alignment. And then also, it means that I can talk to them about stuff and be more curious and ask them more questions. I just have that kind of curiosity. So I would think that if I was a celebrity going to the Met Gala and I know that I'm being invited by Givenchy, I would be very curious to know, what are you dressing me in? And can you tell me some information about what I'm going to be wearing? Because I'm just curious. Like, how did you make it? How long did it take to make? Who worked on it? I would just want to know out of curiosity. And I don't know why, if you're being dressed by a brand, you just not want to know, or you just wouldn't care about anything that went into the making of the clothing. It's just a bit of a strange mentality to me. It's really odd. Carolina says, I mean, it's not like it's the best choice to not have the celebrities not have a voice, but I agree everyone should be more involved in the creative process of the pieces. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. You expect more insight into fashion in Met Gala, but it's just for Instagram and TikTok. It's not about fashion. It is the show now, just the show. Yeah, it's true. I think, like, I understand that that's the case. I'm just saying that, for me personally, it's why I couldn't be a presenter. It's why I couldn't be a presenter because I don't think I would fit per se. Like, I can't do the mindless, like the mindless questions about mindless things. I just can't do that personally. Someone says technically it's not their job to know. They're supposed to be selling the clothes only. I get that, but maybe the bar is just lower because if we talk about Audrey Hepburn or Marilyn Monroe, or like celebrities in that time period, like movie stars in that time period, they were very collaborative in the way that they worked with designers, and so they were actually very knowledgeable about the designers that they wore. So it almost seems like this is something that's actually diminishing with time, if that makes sense. My favorite fashion industry Nepo baby. Simone Rocha. Simone Rocha is a Nepo baby, but I absolutely love her. Like, I love her brand. I love her designs. I also like her as a person. I don't know her personally. I've met her a few times, but she's a very nice person, also really fun too. So my favorite fashion Nepo baby is probably Simone Rocha. I think Andre Leon Talley used to be the interviewer, but Anna just stopped letting him do it. That's probably because Andre Leon Talley is too intelligent for like really reductive discourse. Because yeah, the interviews I've watched of Andre Leon Talley are really amazing because he's like very charismatic and also very knowledgeable about history. So he can weave everything together and it makes for a good interview. But like, can you imagine Andre Leon Talley asking Cardi B, "Oh, so who are you wearing?" And she's like, "Oh, the designer is like Asian or everything." I can imagine like he wouldn't know what to say after that. He's just gonna be thinking to himself, like, where do we go from here? Like, where exactly do we go from here? That's a damn shame. I think a lot of brands are working with so many celebs that some they bring in clothes and most are just meant to repost the collections. I think maybe this is why maybe I should work for like a company that helps build the image of celebrities, like A-list celebrities, because if I'm being honest, even though these celebrities see fashion and the beauty industry as a cash grab, like, oh, let me just delve into fashion because there's money to be made there, I can be in campaigns. You would actually become more of a fashion icon if you become knowledgeable about it. Like, if you just gave pockets of knowledge, because so few people actually know about fashion, like celebrities, we talk about the likes of someone like, if I think of people that like know fashion, I would say people like Nicole Kidman, people like ASAP Rocky, people like Pharrell Williams, people like Rihanna. Um, but they're not that many people. So you can differentiate yourself actually by just knowing a tiny bit and just having insight on like things you wear, and in interviews you can just touch on it, and that's how you then become more of a fashion icon. And that's actually then why you would end up working with more fashion brands, because everyone's going to be like, oh my god, this person's such an icon, they know so much about fashion. Even if you don't, you just give two touches of insight every time you do, just a little bit of insight every time you give an interview and people ask you about clothing. But it's weird. They don't even help themselves, which is why maybe I should work for a company like that where I actually tell them, you do know you would make more money if like you just knew about this thing, and just give them the information. Like, go off into the world. Thinking about that one video of Andre being interviewed by Valerie Steele, where he walked through like 70% of John's haute couture shows for Dior. He had incredible knowledge, which is sadly lost now. 100%. I also think it's down to who interviews. Like, you're not going to get interviews like that because the kind of people that present at the Met Gala don't have that context. I think last time I checked at red carpets, I've seen Emma Chamberlain do presenting. I've seen Amelia de Moldenberg. And I'm a fan of these two people, by the way. They're just not that knowledgeable about fashion. So what happens is someone like Angelo Antali, if he's interviewing you about Givenchy and you tell him about your dress, he can then say, oh, this reminds me of this collection when this thing happened. It was inspired by this. And even this year they did this. And in the atelier, this happened. And this designer said this. And in the interview I did with a designer, he said that. And it adds so much more context. You feel like you just went to fashion school because that interviewer has added so much context to what the celebrity is wearing or what the celebrity said. But the interviews now are done by people that don't have any context. So then what happens is the interview becomes, oh, that's a cool dress. What are you wearing, Givenchy? Oh, that's nice. That's really cool. So how are you doing today? Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. How are you feeling today? Cool. Are you excited? This is your first Met Gala. Are you excited to be here? Yeah, I'm so excited. Great to meet you. Bye. That's literally how the interviews go. Someone said, like, not everyone in the black community knew any of these brands until rappers started talking about it. That's true to an extent. That's true. That's true. But flexing brands just for songs helps with brand awareness. Every time I think of flexing, I just think of Rah Simmons. Oh, kind of crazy color. What's that other bar by ASAP Rocky and Fashion Killer? I j'adore her Dior, the Andy Mista. Introduced a whole generation of kids to Andy. I can pass not having knowledge about it, but not caring about what they wear to a fashion gala. That is the worst part to me. I don't think it's that serious to people who aren't in the know, but I get how fashion people get mad. I'm not even mad, by the way. I'm just making observations. I'm not mad. Um, just observation. I just think it's weird. I also think, like I said, I think it's in the best benefit of celebrities to know about these things because they then become fashion icons by default because so few people have knowledge that if you do, you differentiate yourself so much. So it makes, it separates you from the pack. It's in the best interest of the celebrities, to be honest, if anyone else. Y'all weren't talking about Raf before Peso. I'll be that pretty motherfucker. Harlem when I'm repping. Oh, okay, you're referring to the comments. Okay. Never disrespected. Plus, I'm more connected. I was just thinking Kim Kardashian destroying Marilyn's dress. That should have caused people getting fired. Damn. During his red carpet interviews with celebrities, he knew how to turn on and off his fashion question. If you want details about design, ask a designer. Celebs just say they love the outfit. Yeah, so he did know how to turn on and off his fashion questioning. If you're talking about Andre Leontali, that's true. But I mean, my point is, you still get interviews from Andre, which make you feel like you just got loads of insight about fashion that you didn't have before. Which I guess me as a fashion person, I love to watch interviews like that. And I'm saying that I don't really mind that celebrities just decide not to learn about fashion, but if they did, it would be in their best interest, is my point. They would actually make more money if they just knew a little bit about it, to be honest, because people would put them as fashion icons. People would set them apart from everyone else, and then there'll be more campaigns because everyone online will be talking about them and always be putting their name forward in fashion conversations. And like even teams in brands, there'll be a lot of people that work for teams of big brands that will be fans of these people because when they think of a celebrity that's an A-lister but also knows about fashion, they would first think about that person, right? So, if there's any, for whatever weird reason, any A-lister watching this, take from it what you will. Fashion Killer is crazy because Rihanna was in it all the way back then and it seems prophetic now. That's so true. And Rihanna was happy, she was smiling. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Most don't construct a brand persona around what they wear, even though it can relate to any craft. Interesting. Can't the celebs just get two one-liners from the brands? Like, come on, there are actors and musicians. Like, memorizing is part of their job. Damn. Purples, I still agree with what you're saying, but it's also on the brand to educate the celebrities on what they want them to say. Interesting. I mean, Zendaya goes viral for her press tour fits. It definitely has a part. I mean, but that's so you see the thing, right? Zendaya, I don't think I've really seen her say anything that insightful about fashion, but I think Law Roach is really like the mastermind behind it because obviously she wasn't really a fashion person and he just kind of made her a fashion person by putting her in certain clothes. But now she's considered like a fashion icon. Like people consider her a fashion icon over most people, to be fair. And now imagine if you added to that, Zendaya could actually speak about some of the stuff that she wears. Like she would go so insane, which she's already like up there already. She would go so because people already see her as like a fashion icon already. She would go so beyond everyone else. It would be insane. So there is an audience of people who really want that like fashion stuff. There is. Someone says Zendaya also has the fashion model look. True. Someone says Zendaya goes viral because she is bad. I mean, it helps. It helps. I mean, it's like a channel I follow on YouTube, someone who I'm a big fan of, AZ, Agostinho, Agostinho Zinger. But people call him AZ. I'll put his channel on the screen actually, just so you guys can see. But you guys might not like his channel, or you may, who knows, because he talks about random stuff. But I just like listen to him every time I'm working. I like listening, but he talks about so many varied things. But he's a guy, really cool guy. He talks about fashion sometimes. He used to be a DJ. He talks about like pop culture, all this stuff. This is his channel anyway, if you're interested. As you can see, I'm subscribed. But yeah, he just he's talking about football here. He's talking about partying. He's talking about Cardi B and the cheating saga with Offset. Talking about the Diddy stuff, Chris Brown, Lola. So he just talks about a lot of different things. But anyway, why I'm mentioning him is he brings up this point of DJing, especially where he's like, DJing is such a competitive industry. Like, so many people want to be DJs, and there isn't enough space for people to be DJs. So sometimes you have to just use your advantages to get up. So for a man, that might be, you might be an attractive man, and so you might lean into it because that's your point of difference. Or if you're an attractive woman, you can lean into that because that's your point of difference. And he also says that there's nothing particularly wrong with using what can make you like give you a point of difference to advance yourself in a certain industry. So bringing that back to Zendaya, I don't see much of an issue with, let's say, a woman who's conventionally attractive leaning into it to kind of be more of a fashion icon. I think it's more the conversation then needs to be more about society and why is it that a lot of fashion icons are predicated on like being a certain body type or whatever, you know what I mean? Um, but yeah, check him out if you want to. Oh my god, Luke. What did Law Roach ever do to Luke? Purple Rain says, yeah, it's a society issue. Exactly. You know what? I haven't actually seen Challengers, so I don't really know. All I know is people people told me that Challengers was a JW Anderson Loewe advert. Obviously, I haven't watched it, so I don't know. Exactly. You can't blame the player when it's the game. Exactly that. So when people always, sometimes I get the frustration where people say, "Oh, but she's conventionally attractive. That helps. This help." I'm just like, well, I understand why she would lean into that because I understand if in a very competitive industry, if there's anything that can help you move forward, I get it. I understand. If I looked like who's a conventionally attractive person, like an actor that people talk about, um, Chris Hemsworth. Let me use him. If I look like Chris Hemsworth, I'll probably have 1 million subscribers. So it's fine. It's like you just have to find your point of difference and then, take advantage of it. Someone said challenges sucked, but the cinematics were great. Like I said, I haven't watched it, so I can't tell you if it's good or bad. I would lean into anything that would give me an advantage and not feel bad about it. There we go. There we go. There we go. Watched it last week. Terrible. She is not a bad actress, but she is just not into that anymore. The perfect example is challenges. Damn. Damn. All right. Fashion might not be my passion, but movies are. Challenges is a great film. I don't care about the way the basic ass preppy fits were. Fair enough. It seems to be dividing the chat, but I don't really have an opinion on something I haven't watched. Like, how can I have an opinion on something I haven't seen? So yeah, I couldn't tell you if it's good or bad. I guess you guys will have to argue in the comments. It's a challenges fight in the chat right now. But yeah, people are saying that Zendaya's PR is good. True. A lot of other people have good PR too, though. But yeah, her PR is very good. Very, very good PR. And they know the right places to place her. Like they put her in the right spots. They give her the right campaigns. The management is on point with Zendaya for sure. For sure. Everyone else does it, but yet want black people to have the more high ground. I know some people do that, right? I know exactly what you're talking about, by the way. Like people taking advantage of the differentiators. Yeah, I know exactly where you're going with that one. Zendaya has to be clever, though. I think Zendaya is very strategic in the way that she brands herself, if that makes sense. I think there can be improvements to be made, but of course she's like strategic. Of course she is. Maybe interviewing the celebrities at the Met is breaking the invisible fourth wall that separates actors from the audience. Interesting. But is it good to have like a fourth wall? Like, is it a good thing to not be relatable? Is that like a good thing? Because I think that, especially now, a lot of influencers are trying really hard to be relatable. Some are more successful than others. But I think now actually like there's social currency that comes with being more relatable. Did fashion ruin Hector Bellerin? What a question. It's funny because a lot of football fans say that the more Hector Bellerin got involved with football, the worse he became on the football pitch. And that low key is kind of true. So, in a way, I guess you can say that football messed up Hector Bellerin. Or, sorry, not football messed up, fashion messed up Hector Bellerin. It ruined Hector Bellerin. I don't know. They say Beyonce can't sell things because she's not relatable. Okay, Beyonce is a bit different because Beyonce is such a superstar. Like Beyonce is like A list of A-listers. So people just idolize Beyonce to the point where they'll just buy what she produces. I think I'm more talking about people that are not like Beyonce, like or not. There's like A-listers that are just so famous. It's like Beyonce. People who don't know anything about R&B know who Beyonce is. Like that's how you know you're like famous. It's like you've never listened to R&B a day in your life. Do you know who Beyonce is? Yes. Like that's the kind of famous Beyonce is. Like I could probably go anywhere in the world and be like, "Do you know who Beyonce is?" And they'll probably say yes. So that's a bit different. She's just so famous, it doesn't matter. But if you're like up and coming, like Zendaya is not A-list like she's not as famous as like a Beyonce or Rihanna. Like she's not at that level. So I feel like at that level, relatability kind of helps. Having a brand that kind of makes you more relatable helps. Purple Rain says, I feel like her core audience was buying Ivy Park. I've never seen it in real life. Hmm. Yeah, Zendaya's A-list, but I'm saying like there's levels to A-list, right? So Zendaya is not on like Beyonce's level or Rihanna's level, right? There's like levels to it. I'm trying to think of like, or like even someone like who's like really famous, like even more famous than like Beyonce and Rihanna. I'm trying to think of like the most famous people. Um, who would we say is more famous than? Yeah, like Tom Cruise is definitely A list. By the way, who's more famous than like Beyonce? There's a few people, but like okay, Madonna is probably more famous than Beyonce. Facts. So like, that's what I mean. There's tiers to A list. Yes, Messi is probably more famous than Beyonce. Yeah, Messi is probably more famous than Beyonce, and like Ronaldo as well. Um, Michael Jackson definitely. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there's like so even though Zendaya is A list, I don't think you'd put Zendaya in the same category with like Michael Jackson or like a Ronaldo. Like she's just not that. But she's definitely A list for sure. Like for sure. For sure. Why are we talking about famous people? Because we're talking about PR and famous people and how they brand themselves and why they should know more about fashion. Um, so there we go. Ronaldo got 1 million subscribers on YouTube in 2 seconds. Yeah, doesn't Ronaldo have the most Instagram followers out of everyone on Instagram? Like every single I think he does. I think he does. Let me check it. Let me check his Instagram. Cristiano Ronaldo. Jeez, I didn't even know people can have this many followers on Instagram. He has 641 million followers on Instagram. Wow. That is like A list, A list, A list. That is crazy. That is insane. That's actually insane. Yeah, I would say someone said I never heard of Messi. So Messi is like ultra famous, but Ronaldo is definitely more famous than Messi. I think part of it is because Ronaldo speaks English and Messi doesn't. Ronaldo played football in the Premier League, which is more famous than any other league, like press wise, numbers wise. So I think that's why Ronaldo has an edge popularity wise. Like he's more brandable than Messi, even though most people think that Messi is a better football player, but it's not about that. It's about like fame. Like Ronaldo is, yeah, Ronaldo is just more famous than Messi. He's more marketable. So that's why more people know who Ronaldo is. Yeah, also he's hotter. Once again, going back into that conversation of, you have to lean into your points of difference. He's also hotter. Yes, Messi is also an introvert. You don't really see him doing public appearances and being everywhere the way Ronaldo is. That's very true. And yeah, a lot of women do find Ronaldo attractive. So that does help also. It definitely does help. Like, look, Ronaldo, he can do the David Beckham thing. He can be in the beauty campaigns and all that sort of stuff, right? Like posting pictures, and like all the girlies be gagging when they see these kind of pictures. Like, oh my God, Ronaldo. Football is so niche to me. Football is definitely niche unless you're Ronaldo. There's a few people that supersede football. David Beckham supersedes football. Cristiano Ronaldo supersedes football. I think those are the only two people, though. I don't think anyone else supersedes football culture and like is known further than that outside of David Beckham and Ronaldo. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else. I don't think so, though, off the top of my head. I think yeah, it's only them. It's only them. Football is the least niche sport on the planet. Don't feed the troll. It's obviously one of the most popular sports on the planet, if not the most popular sport on the planet. I think it's the most popular sport on the planet. But I mean, it's niche in the sense of like, not in terms of like, football is a very famous sport and it's very popular, but most people don't follow football, even though most people that follow sports probably follow football as a sport. But then outside of that, most people just don't even know or follow football, or even know what it is, or know who's playing, or know who's where, or know who was signed by who, or knows that, Cole Palmer is tearing up the Premier League right now. Like, most people don't know that. So there are only a few football players that can be known outside of football fans. And that's where you can look at the likes of Ronaldo and David Beckham. It's few. It's very few people that are known outside of football. Yeah, Messi, David Beckham literally was the one that signed Messi to Inter Miami. That's facts. That's facts. Exactly, Leo. Most people wouldn't know footballers, they would know teams and the exceptional player. Facts. Facts, 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 facts. Not the GQ. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, because David Beckham's fame is insane. Obviously, being married to a Spice Girl obviously helped a lot. So there we go. Well, I think in Asia is niche. The audience for cricket in India is massive. Europe is not the whole world. Sorry. Yeah, I know. Pilar, I knew where you were coming from. That's why I agree with you. Even though football is one of the biggest sports in the world, it's still niche in the sense of like the average person. When I think of like the top A-list celebrities, you have to think the average everyday person that just walks on the street. You ask them, do you know Cristiano Ronaldo? They would probably say yes. But if you ask them any like football question, they won't know what you're talking about unless they're a football fan. If you're like, who's the manager of Manchester United? They won't have a clue. Who manages Chelsea Football Club? They won't know. But who's Cristiano Ronaldo? Who's David Beckham? They would know. Solar Boy says football is only niche in America. I think it depends, honestly. I think it depends. I think I think it depends. It depends. It depends. Because when I was younger, I used to think that everyone watched football. And then as I've gotten older, I've realized that so many people don't even care about football. Like, people don't care. I meet so many people that don't know anything about football and don't care. Maybe it's because I work in fashion and most people in fashion don't care about sports, to be fair. Maybe it's like skewed my mind. We are just waiting on the next good-looking footballer to push up into stardom. Isn't that what they're doing with Jude Bellingham? Isn't Jude Bellingham the next like footballer that they're trying to like make a fashion icon? He's the ambassador for Louis Vuitton right now, right? That's what they're trying to do with Jude Bellingham. I can see it happening, to be fair. I think he has like the aura, the looks. I think he maybe needs a stylist to kind of work on the style aspect. But yeah, he's like one of the faces of Louis Vuitton right now, and they're really pushing him in fashion. I think he's going to be the next, if anyone is going to be the next David Beckham, Cristiano Ronaldo type, I think it's going to be Jude Bellingham. He's also English. You know, I can see it happening with Jude. I can just see it. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Culture says, "Oh, he's handsome." See, no, Mbappe. I'm not even trying to be mean because I'm not saying that I look like a flipping angel, but Mbappe, I don't think is good enough to. He's a great football player, but I don't think he's good looking enough to supersede football. I feel like football fans will love him. Obviously, people from France will love him because he literally is a big key factor in why France has had so much success in football. But in terms of a football player that's going to supersede football, I just don't think branding wise, I don't see how Mbappe gets to that level. We have officially reached the aura discussion. We're talking about the aura of football players. I think Jude is honestly the only one that I can see making it. They're trying to push like what's his name? Jack Grealish. He's one of the faces of Gucci, right? But his style is he's just never going to become a fashion icon. Like the way he dresses like a British fuckboy that goes to holiday to Ibiza to be on the pool and to be on a bender. That's how he dresses. There's no way, even though they're trying, Jack Grealish is not going to be a fashion icon. It's just not going to happen. It doesn't matter how hard they try. This man is not going to be iconic in fashion. I'm not seeing it at all. But they're trying. Like he's ambassador for Gucci. They try to put him in all these like Gucci fits and stuff, but it's just nah. I can't see that happening. Exactly. Only Jude has that wider appeal. Why have soccer athletes not become soccer? Oh my god, blasphemy. You mean football? No, I'm joking. Why have soccer athletes not become as interested in fashion as basketball players? To be honest, I guess I'm in a good position to kind of observe this culturally because obviously I grew up in the UK where the main sport is football, but I also was a basketball player. I think it's to do with the culture of the sport. I think so. This is one thing. The NBA has a tunnel where they can debut their clothes. What is the soccer version? So the soccer version doesn't exist. In the sense that when you watch a football match, all the players are in like a bus, a team bus, and then they come out of the team bus and they walk into where the changing room is. That is a good opportunity to kind of do a similar thing to what the NBA does, where they have the tunnel walks. The only problem is, I think it's the culture of football for everyone to just wear a matching suit. So most times when you look at teams, everyone is just wearing like a matching suit or they're just wearing like their own clothes, but it's not really, or they wear like team issued kits, team issued tracksuits. No one really wears like dresses in an interesting way, like in the NBA. There isn't really much, culture around that. And then also, once again, like someone said, the lads that go to football don't care about fashion. The kind of people that, not everyone, obviously, I'm making generalizations, but culturally, football doesn't care about fashion. Football fans care about footy. They want to see someone score two headers. They don't really care about what their favorite player wears in a fashion sense, the way that NBA players do. And I think it's also to do with the fact that in football, a lot of the clothing, you can't wear it. Like In football, the only things you can wear as a fashion piece are the jerseys or the tracksuits. You can't wear football boots as a fashion statement unless you're wearing astroturfs. You can't wear studded football boots. It doesn't work. So a lot of football boots don't translate into the lifestyle space. A lot of football gear doesn't translate into the lifestyle space. What translates is basketball, because in basketball you can wear the basketball sneakers as a fashion thing, you can wear the headbands as a fashion thing, you can wear the armbands as a fashion thing, you can wear sleeves as a fashion thing, you can wear jerseys as a fashion thing, you can wear the shorts as a fashion thing. Basketball shorts are actually, people wear those as a fashion thing. The problem with football shorts is they are too short and too tight, so they'll look weird if you wear them as like a fashion thing. That's why you don't see people wearing football shorts as like a style thing. So that's the problem. There's also not a lot of associations with football, sorry, and actual fashion. Whereas with basketball, there are all those associations, the sneaker culture. You think of things like Jordans. Michael Jordan actually wore those on the court, but now people wear those as like a fashion thing because most basketball shoes can be worn like casually in a way that you can't really wear a lot of football gear casually. So it just isn't the same. It isn't the same. Yeah, someone is saying bloke core, exactly. Bloke core had little to do with the things that players wore on the pitch. Like, there's no correlation between Stone Island and football boots and football jerseys. You know what I mean? It just kind of became what people from who were football hooligans wore, like Stone Island and Burberry and stuff like that. This is also true. There's a tie between hip hop and basketball. There's like a cross pollination there that also makes basketball kind of part of pop culture in a way that football isn't. Football is more just like when I think of football, I just think about the sport. When I think of basketball, I think of cultural things that happen past the sport. I think of fashion campaigns, I think of tunnel walks, all those kind of things. And then also it's even social media. Like even what's that page, League Fits? What's the equivalent of League Fits for football? Is there an equivalent of League Fits for football? So League Fits, for guys that don't know, is this Instagram page that posts the outfits of different athletes, mainly basketball. So like women's NBA and NBA players. But sometimes they might post like a football player here and there, but it's mainly basketball. So this is another thing. It's down to like even social media wise, people are actually interested in what basketball players wear. So there are archive pages dedicated to basketball as a sport and what basketball players are wearing. Like, look at what they're saying, bring swag back. This is Allen Iverson. And now you have players trying to dress like Allen Iverson in the new era. That kind of cross-pollination with fashion and culture in basketball, you just don't see that in football. It doesn't exist. It really doesn't exist. So that's honestly my long-winded way to kind of explain reasons why football isn't adopted into fashion the same way that basketball is. It's just completely different culturally, like the way it is. Like, look at all the fits. Like, people actually like track the fits, and there's even sneaker watch. Like, people are always studying what sneakers NBA players are wearing because people will then buy them and wear them casually and stuff. Some people might wear them on the court too. Exactly. Anytime fashion mixes with football is when footballers are announced as ambassadors for fashion houses. True. And and this is what's funny, right? This is how I know that football fans don't care about fashion. Most football fans that I talk to, these are people that don't care about fashion, by the way, because I have loads of friends like that. I'm a big football fan. So I go to Stamford Bridge, I watch the football games all the time. When I talk to football fans, they don't know that, let's say, Jack Grealish is one of the faces of Gucci, or that Jude Bellingham is one of the faces of Louis. Like, they don't even know. They don't have a clue. They don't, because they don't care. And also, the kind of content creators that talk about football, and I know this because obviously I follow a lot of them, none of them ever even talk about fashion. None of them talk about fashion ever. None of them even consider fashion. Whereas when I watch NBA Commentators, there might be some mention about some outfit they wore, something they've worn, or they might make a joke about the way Russell Westbrook dresses and stuff like that. I don't see a lot of football commentators even commenting on the way footballers dress. So it just becomes less of a consideration. Like even in passing, NBA commentators might mention the way someone dresses. They might be like, Russell Westbrook is balling out, but that outfit yesterday, that was crazy. That's how an NBA commentator would talk. A football player would just focus on the sport and be like, oh, he scored 2 goals. He had 1 assist. He played really well. His expected goals were 3. He almost hit his XG. That's how like a football commentator talks. Or they're like, this player's so shit. He's playing shit, mate. He's awful. He can't score a goal, mate. He had 10 chances. That's how football discourse is. You're talking about bloke core, but bloke core is a trend, though. Like bloke core is a trend. I'm talking about fashion in a total aspect. And bear in mind, I live in England where like football is huge. Like we've always worn football jerseys as like a fashion thing. Bloke core is a thing, is a trend. But that is not football is not culturally important in fashion the way basketball is. It just isn't. Bloke core is a trend. It's not really influencing like fashion as a whole in that sense. Especially because in the UK, like you wear football jerseys of your favorite team, and because football is a big sport, that's why you wear football jerseys. Sometimes it's not even about fashion because most people aren't that fashionable. Like most people aren't even thinking of I'm wearing this jersey as like a fashion statement. That's not how people wear jerseys in countries where football is the biggest sport. We wear jerseys of our favorite teams, and then we might wear now maybe because it's become like a bloke thing, people are starting to buy jerseys that are fashionable. Like people buy the Juventus pink kit, or they'll buy the Napoli kit with the collar. But for the most part, people just buy their team's jersey every season. And so when it's hot outside and you're like, what can I wear? I have a football jersey, it's breathable, I'll wear that. Like that's most of the reason why people wear football jerseys casually. They're not thinking like, I'm making a really deep fashion statement. Juve pink kit wasn't it? That Juve pink kit went triple platinum. That thing was crazy. And 90% of footballers are the 1% worst dressed men on the planet. That's facts, though. See what I'm saying? In my country, people only wear the team's jerseys for watching the game and such. As a Juve fan, that era was peak. Everyone had that Juventus pink jersey. That was a time in sportswear meets fashion. That was a time. This is also true. Bloke core is more based on hooligan fan culture than the players. That's true. That's definitely true. I never liked that Juve pink kit, but maybe I'm biased because I don't like Juve in general. During the WAG era, maybe for women's fashion. So, but the thing about, once again, we're talking about the football players. During the WAG era, we were more looking at the outfits of the wives of football players. So we were looking at Cheryl Cole and Victoria Beckham. And so it was more of a women's wear thing. It really still had nothing to do with the style of football players. That's the thing. It was more about what the women were wearing. And I think also white culture seems to be coming back. I've seen a lot of people looking at the outfit of Bukayo Saka's girlfriend. I've forgotten her name off the top of my head, but she's really stylish. And a lot of people are like really obsessed with like what she wears. So that'll be interesting to see if that whole wag culture comes back. Could make for a cool cultural moment. Why everyone is always so mean to the wags? That's just because British press is horrible. British press is just terrible. That's why. British press is just mean in general, so they're just going to be mean about everyone, to be honest. Yeah, Ptolemy Benson. There we go. That's her name. That's her name. That's her name. She can single-handedly bring back white culture. Someone said I haven't heard about Cheryl Cole for a while. Let me put Ptolemy on the screen so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Um, yeah, so this is her. From my understanding, this is Saka's girlfriend, I think. But a lot of people have been like doing outfit watch with her and like looking at like what she wears. And I can see a new wag culture creeping up. Like these pictures when she went to support Saka and she was wearing like England kits. They were making like Vogue was even writing articles about her style because she would wear like an England jersey and like style it in cool ways. And people are like, oh, is this like the new wag scene? Like all this kind of stuff. So I think she can bring that back. Or like even when she wears Arsenal jerseys too, because for people that don't know, he plays for Arsenal. That's something I've seen culturally happen. So it's cut. Who knows? Football might eventually find their way into fashion, but for now, I think it's still a bit the stuff that can be done. Nike was charging 120 for a 30-year-old kid. Yeah, British tabloids are mean. Like British press, heartless, heartless. British press is so weird to me as an American. Also, why does the UK hate anyone who's confident or talks with their ish? It's a cultural thing. I think Micah and I have touched on this. It's a I think in the UK we have a certain etiquette to things that means that you can't be confident. If you're confident in your own skin, I feel like culturally in the UK people would think you're cocky. Whereas I think culturally in America, like the US, if you're confident in your own skin, people would see that as you're just confident in your own skin. That's something to be commended. In the UK, it's a vibe of, oh, he's getting too big for his boots. Oh, he's so cocky. Oh, he's so arrogant. It's more of a cultural thing, I feel like. It's a cultural thing. I feel like there's a general sense that footballers need to be stylish, but they're too insecure, so they end up. That's true. I mean, there's so much homophobia in the football community, if we're just going to be completely honest, that most football players would probably not even want to experiment with style because they're scared of scrutiny. Whereas in the NBA, there's a bit more leeway for, people to be more experimental with the way they dress. I mean, like, if you see the different outfits that people wear, there's just more leeway for, from what I've seen at least, for basketball players to wear like outlandish stuff and get away with it. Like even something like this. Like this is what's his name? Sergio Ibaka. There we go. Sergio Ibaka. Um, so this is him wearing Tom Brown. This outfit is not even that avant-garde or crazy, but like I can imagine if a football player wore this, there'll be so much homophobia, it wouldn't even make sense. Like look, stuff like this. If a football player wore this, the fans would not let that. Yeah, so something like this, the homophobia would be insane. I'm not saying that there isn't homophobia in the NBA, but it's just less, which is why players feel like they can experiment more. Like you just look across the board and the things they wear, they have a bit more leeway, it seems, culturally. Yeah, they did used to cook Russ, but I feel like they don't cook him as much. Russ ran so SGA could fly. That's true though. Calvert Lewin was killed for this. Exactly. Exactly. Also, so this is another thing I've noticed. It's just an idea that came to mind because this goes back to the question someone asked about football versus basketball in fashion. So the thing about football is that football fans are a lot more mean than basketball fans. So football fans, if you're not playing well, they will look at every aspect of your life and critique you for it. If you're not playing well and you're in a campaign for Gucci, they're going to be like, I hate this guy. This is why he's playing like shit. Instead of him to be training on a football field, he's out here like working for and they'll add homophobia into it too. They'll probably say working for like the gay world, or they'll probably say something homophobic like that, right? And there's just so much homophobia. Whereas in the NBA, if you're not playing well and you're in a campaign, there won't be that much hate. From what I've observed, there isn't the same hate. People focus more on just like your play and what you can do on the court to improve your play. But with football fans, they'll start looking at every intrinsic part of your life and start saying that that's the reason why you're not playing well. They'll be like, oh, you're spending too much time with the kids, you're spending too much time with the wife. They're like, football fans are insane. Like, football fans are actually crazy. football, football fans are actually tapped. I was saying not true. Americans do that with NBA players too. You can see how many NBA players have multiple baby mama dramas. So across any sport, if you have baby mama drama, they're going to critique you for that. But I feel like, because remember, I'm someone that I've grown up in the UK and I've watched football my whole life, but I'm also very much involved in basketball. Observing the two, there's definitely more critique for football players for doing things outside of the sport than there is for basketball players, for sure. Like, I can say that without a doubt. Like, football fans, I also think football fans are more passionate about football than basketball fans are about basketball. Like, in football, it's like life and death. I don't know how many people have been killed at a basketball game, but people literally die at football games. That's why there's like so much police at football games. Like, football fan bases are violent. Like, people get stabbed when their team loses. They start attacking opposing fans. Like, basketball is not the same as football. Trust me. Football fans are insane. Football fans are a different breed than basketball fans. Like, football fans are sick in the head. Like, how I know the fans are different is that in the NBA, and it shocks me every time I go to the US and I watch an NBA game, it's so shocking to me, is the fact that in NBA games, you have opposing fans sometimes sitting next to each other. That would never happen in a football game, ever, where they mix fans of opposing teams. People would literally start dying. They can never do that. They can never do that in football, but they do that in basketball. I've seen so many basketball games and I've been to basketball games also where you kind of sit close to opposing fans. In football games, there are barriers separating and panels separating football fans from opposing teams. So that's how I know, like, you cannot say that basketball and football fans they critique each other for things the same way. I think football fans are more passionate about it. Like, it's life and death. It's life and death. Wasn't it? I think someone critiqued Maradona one time, and people wanted to kill the person that critiqued. Like, they were trying to find this person to murder them. I can't remember what they said about Maradona. I'm trying to remember what they did, but someone did something to Maradona anyway, and there were a group of people that were looking for this person to kill them. In basketball, that would never happen. You're not going to critique Kobe Bryant and people are literally going to try and kill you. That's not going to happen in basketball. Like, that's just not going to happen. The security I've seen in the Bernabeu is insane. I know, right? There's nothing to do in England, so they focus their miserable energy into football. Unfortunately, I did witness multiple news where in football games after a match it gets very violent. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Someone said if you're capping for Kobe Bryant, you're insane. The guy was So the thing about Kobe Bryant, once again, like I'm saying, whether if it's not Kobe Bryant, if it's Michael Jordan, same thing. No one is going to kill you for critiquing Michael Jordan. I'm just trying to. I use Kobe Bryant because people love Kobe Bryant, right? But if you use someone who's less controversial in terms of like stuff that they've done in their personal life, let's say LeBron James, like no one is going to attack you for critiquing LeBron James. But I feel like your life, especially if you're in Argentina, your life is at risk if you're outwardly critiquing Maradona. I genuinely believe that. Exactly this. Maradona for some people in Argentina is God. Very true. Very true. Someone was saying earlier that the NFL is kind of starting to get more fashion forward and fashion focused. What do you guys think about that? I'm curious to know if you guys think that the NFL is coming, because the NFL is actually a sport that I watch sometimes, but I wouldn't say I'm like a deep NFL fan. So I can't speak on what's going on in the NFL culturally in the way that I can about basketball or football, soccer, as Americans call it. So I want to know what you guys think if American football culturally is becoming more fashionable and fashion forward. Stephon Diggs and his brother Odell Beckham are leading NFL fashion. Okay, yeah, I know them to be really stylish, especially Odell. NFL is expanding abroad. Fashion is one of the fronts. Interesting. Lindy says NFL players dress like shit. Damn. Yeah, Cam Newton is cool. I see some of his outfits sometimes. He wears like Western inspired things with the hats and the boots and stuff. It's kind of cool. Wait, are NFL fans violent like that? Are they like football fans? I didn't actually know that. I've personally never been to an American football game, so you Americans in the chat would have to tell me. I have no idea. This NFL is something I'll put my hands up and say I'm out of my depth with that one. You guys have to tell me. You guys have to educate me on the fashion scene in the NFL. The NFL has too many ads, so there's space for them to start advertising for the big houses. I see some fits from the NFL. I feel like they keep forcing me to like it, but meh. NFL X Fashion, corny cash grab operated by conglomerates like LVMH slash F1 partnership. Do you know what's funny? So the Formula One fashion push has been very interesting to watch. I feel like when Drive to Survive happened, like the Netflix show, Drive to Survive. Yeah, this Netflix show, when it happened, all of a sudden, loads of people that weren't into Formula One before got into Formula One. And by extension, a lot of Formula One drivers started to become really famous personalities. And then a lot of fashion magazines wanted to cover them. So then stylists get involved. And I knew it, Formula One became like a fashionable thing. The only person that actually cared about fashion before the whole buzz was Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton was the one that actually made an effort and actually was like cared about fashion and was involved in fashion. But now you have like Lando Norris doing fashion campaigns and George Russell, which just feels so inauthentic. It's so weird. So but I understand the partnership. It's to do with like, it makes sense. Figures wise, viewing wise, it's an emerging sport. More people are watching it every year. They're having a lot of fashion partnerships. So why wouldn't LVMH start to become involved in Formula One? It makes a lot of sense. I think F1 always had a fashionable element because it's a high class sport. So Formula One has a fashionable element in terms of, let's say, the people that watch Formula One. Like, it's a lifestyle thing, right? It's like you go to Monaco, you go to the Monaco Grand Prix. It's like there's a lifestyle attached to it, and like you think of like the people that go to these Grand Prix and how they dress, especially the VIPs. That is when I think of Formula One and you think of the fashionable element, the lifestyle. That's what comes to mind. Um, but the drivers, because now the drivers are being pushed as fashion icons. I don't remember, like, I don't think people really look at like. I'm trying to think of like a Formula One legend. Like, okay, Senna. People don't look at Senna as like, oh my god, Senna was like a fashion icon, and they just reference archive images of Senna in terms of style. So when we talk about the drivers, the drivers weren't really style icons, but there is a lifestyle of fashion around Formula One in general. I can definitely agree with that. Or like Michael Schumacher. Do we know Michael Schumacher as like a fashion icon? Is that like a thing? The only picture I can think of that people always reference on Michael Schumacher is like this picture. Let me see if I can put it on the screen actually. There's a picture of Michael Schumacher wearing this like vest. I think it's like Armani or something. I see that picture everywhere. But outside of that, no, and it's not even like a good fit. I just see it everywhere. I guess it's like a time and place thing. Yeah, this image. I see this image a lot. I see this image a lot. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think when it comes to the drivers, people really think of style icons. Yeah, I don't think so. And when I think of drivers now, one of the best drivers in Formula One now is Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen is not fashionable at all. He also does not care. Max Verstappen wears the Red Bull team kit everywhere he goes. Like that man wears a Red Bull polo everywhere. That man does not give a damn. So that something can be said of that too. Lewis Hamilton won't stop wearing Rick Nugent appeal. I always view F1 as the car equivalent of the Kentucky Derby and that level of elitism and greater. I mean, geez, Formula One, I would love to go to a Formula One Grand Prix one day, but they're so expensive. One time I wanted to go to the Monaco Grand Prix and I checked to see, like, okay, if I was to get like cheaper tickets, book a cheaper hotel, blah, 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 the whole thing almost came to like 10K. I was like, geez, it was so expensive. Like, it's genuinely for rich people. Someone said, yeah, I would agree with your angle. Fashion is an afterthought in most sports, it seems, which is what I guess differentiates basketball because it doesn't feel like fashion is an afterthought in basketball. Tennis, gymnastics, I see more close to fashion, but not football or Formula One. I agree too, especially tennis, because once again, tennis is like basketball, where a lot of tennis gear you can wear casually. There are whole brands that people don't even know that they're tennis brands, like Lacoste. People wear Lacoste as like a fashion thing. Most people don't even wear it for tennis anymore. Or sneakers like Adidas Stan Smiths, like people wear that for fashion. People don't even wear that to play tennis anymore. So there's that relation with a lot of tennis apparel and gear and footwear can actually be worn as a fashion statement. So that allows you to tie fashion into the sport a lot more. So this is true. The Formula One drivers were definitely in the watch campaigns because a lot of watchmakers sponsored Formula One over the years and have worked with Formula One teams. That's why, let's say, Tag Heuer, they make a Carrera for Porsche and stuff like that. And that Tag Heuer also involved in a lot of motorsports. So, yeah, Formula One came to Vegas and they built the track in a way that passerbys couldn't see. Damn. Damn. Running too, that's true. I wonder about equestrian, since some of the biggest houses had their origins in riding gear and leather equipment. Oh, so I don't know how many people know because obviously just equestrian sports in general aren't mainstream like that. But a lot of luxury conglomerates sponsor equestrian events, by the way. Like they're very involved in equestrian events, like very, very involved. Let me see if I can get some on the screen actually. Like I see them all the time. Like even look at this, like Louis Vuitton Countryside Escape with equestrian, or like here we go. Let's see. Because I'm trying to see let's see, sponsored event, equestrian sponsorship, because I know they sponsor a lot of equestrian things. I'll have to look into it later. But I've definitely seen it. Definitely seen it. Someone says Hermes has their own horse events. Do they? They probably do, but I haven't looked into Hermes. The ones I've seen are more like LVMH digging their hands in a lot of the equestrian events. It's because many of the rich can afford to have horses for sports. Exactly, which is why it's in the best interest of luxury brands to be involved there and to be there because they want these kind of clients to buy their clothes. Um, Gata, equestrian events, F1 tennis, etc. They all have luxury brands involved because the money required to be in and be a fan of the sports. Totally. Track and field athletes are starting to get more fashion attention. Like who? Outside of maybe Shakari Richardson and Noah Lyles, because I know Noah Lyles he had that shoot with Dazed magazine. And of course, he's like sponsored by Adidas. So he's been involved in a lot of the Adidas collabs and like, modeled for them. I'm trying to think outside of Shakari and Noah, though, who else in track and field is like known in the fashion space? I'm trying to think. Track and field, and I watch track and field, so I'm really trying to think. Like I'm a big track and field fan. Okay, Sydney McLaughlin, that's true. That's true, actually. She is in like campaigns. There used to be a lot of people that I would think about in terms of like they were in campaigns, they're involved in fashion. They're kind of retired. So there was a time when Jessica Ennis, who was like, for people that don't know, a champion in heptathlon, she was really big in fashion at one point, but she's retired. So people don't really talk about her anymore. I don't see her in a lot of places. Trying to think of another track and field star that was like really involved in fashion. Um, it's funny because I can't even say Usain Bolt because Usain Bolt was famous and was in loads of campaigns, but I don't really associate Usain Bolt with fashion. I don't know why. I don't think he was integrated into fashion, but I think he was just in the campaigns. It's like, yeah, wear this stuff, we'll pay you. But I didn't get a sense of like the way Noah Lyles is being integrated into fashion. I don't think Usain Bolt was integrated into fashion that way. What other athletes? I have to give that one a think. Bolt playing football, that was crazy. Pace, 100 out of 100. Finishing, 5 out of 100. That man had 2 left feet. But he was so fast. Yeah, Usain Bolt has never had a fit worth discussing. Shout out to Shelly Ann Fraser Price, by the way. The thing about Shelly Ann, though, is because obviously a watch sponsorship that makes sense. If you're a fast sprinter working with a watch brand, it just makes sense. Time, fast, it makes sense. And also these watch brands like Omega, they sponsor the Olympics, these companies sponsor these track events anyway. So it makes sense. But fashion though, Shelly Ann Fraser Price, is she like, would you see her as like a fashion icon? Or would you say that Shelley Ann Fraser Price is involved in fashion? I'm not sure I could say that. But shout out to her though. She's a legend. Absolute legend. I think she's probably the most decorated female sprinter of all time. I don't think there's any other more decorated female sprinter by like titles won, medals and stuff. She obviously doesn't have the record, but in terms of like the 100 meters record and stuff, but in terms of titles won, she's the GOAT, literally. Most consistent female sprinter of all time. Most consistent by far. Carl Lewis for Leibovitz was really cool. He was photogenic. It was for a tires ad. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but we've already so Colin, we've come to the conclusion that basketball players are the fashionable ones. Like they're very involved in like culture, fashion wise. Whether it's Michael Jordan or Dennis Rodman, like there's so many, but we're talking about like outside of basketball, what other sports? So that's why we're looking at, track and field, NFL. So that's why we're trying to come up with which track and field athletes are heavily integrated into fashion. Big missed opportunity with Venus and Serena in their braids era. So the thing about Serena and Venus, though, they are fashion icons, though. They are completely integrated into fashion. Like they're at all the fashion shows and they're dressed by everyone and they go to the galas and the events. They're very much fashion icons. Or like at least if you don't want to call them icons, they're heavily embedded into the fashion world for sure. So the Williams sisters definitely are there. Like they are fashion girls. Yeah, Flojo was considered quite fashionable. That is true. That's true. Flojo. Let me Google. It's also like even on the track, she used to wear those like really brightly colored like running suits. Let me see if I can put them on the screen. She was kind of known for that. Let's see. Flojo, Florence, like stuff like this, stuff like that, stuff like that, stuff like that. Like no one used to run in stuff like that. So yeah, Flojo was out here swagging. Flojo was really out here swagging, like for real. Flojo, Flojo is Florence Griffith Joyner. She's basically the greatest women's sprint as it stands now. She's the greatest women's sprinter of all time. And as far as I'm aware, she still holds the 100 meters record for women, right? Let me just cross check that. Let me just check. Let me just check. Let me just check. Yeah, she still has the 100-meter record for women at 10.49 seconds. So that's who Flojo is. Flojo. Yeah, this is also a thing. Even in football and many other sports, I feel like sports kit looks so much better. Sports kit these days kind of looks a bit boring in a sense. So yeah, that's who we call Flojo. It's kind of her nickname. But yeah, Flojo was out here swagging on the track. Completely swag. Like, what? The long sleeve on one leg. That is crazy. Big swag. A lot of people did have like a lot of charisma on the track though. Even like, wasn't it Michael Johnson that used to wear those like gold spikes and then Usain Bolt kind of copied him? Yeah, like he had these gold spikes. Like people used to, even on the track, they used to add some personality. It's dead. So dead they're recreating old kit instead of innovating. I also think the fabrics that they use are a lot worse. I've noticed this over the years. Like sportswear, it feels terrible. It feels like they're not using good enough fabrics anymore. Mario Balotelli, by the way, is a fashion icon. I don't care what anyone says. If there's a few people from football. I know in general we're saying that football hasn't found its way into fashion yet in the sense of or the way that basketball is. But when I think of fashion icons from football, I think of the likes of Pep Guardiola. I think of Mario Balotelli, um, Hector Bellerin to a smaller extent. Um, I'm trying to think who else. Who else do I think? Football fashion icon. David Beckham, of course. Ronaldo, of course. Um, but Pep is one of the biggest names that comes to mind because Pep is like people are always talking about Pep style. They're always he just has that like that Italian clean style, but it's cool. That's why he's always in like GQ and stuff. It's like very much like he just has that Italian like clean aesthetic. Everything fits insanely well. Looks really prim and proper, very refined. Look at this man wearing Ramones on the pitch. This man out here wearing Ramones on the footy pitch. But yeah, Guardiola is like I would say he's definitely a style icon. Balotelli too. Let me pull up some Balotelli fits. Mario Balotelli. Yeah, Balotelli used to. Oh, so GQ even had an article where they said Balotelli is the most stylish man alive. Fair enough. In 2015 is when they made this article. Oh yes, Roberto Mancini, 100%. 100% Roberto Mancini. That's definitely true. Like Balotelli was styling on them. What? Balotelli should consult other footballers on like style. And it's not even like not everything he wore was for me, but he had such a distinctive way of dressing that was really nice and interesting. And so different to the way that other footballers dress. But yeah. Doesn't Pep's wife own a fashion label or store in Barcelona? You know what? I didn't actually know about that. I had no idea. I'd have to look into that, but I have no idea. Oh yeah, Pat Riley, definitely. Pat Riley was out here swagging. Absolutely swagging. Klopp with the Scandinavian minimalism. That's funny. Actually, Kunde, that's a good point. That's actually a good point, you know. Kunde is not someone that like came to my mind, but yeah, that's a good point. Like Kunde does like try. That's a good point, actually. That's a good shout. But the thing about football players, they're just few and far between the ones that actually try. But Kunde is an extremely good shout. Like extremely good shout. I don't know why I didn't think of him though, but that's a good shout. Jabril Cisse, you guys are bringing me back. These are like the old. This is like the old Jabril Cisse. What? That's crazy. That's correct. What? I forgot about. Didn't he play for like Liverpool? That was a time. That was actually a time. Jabril Cisse. That oh my gosh. I totally forgot about this man. What the hell? Oh yeah. I think he did play for Liverpool. I can't remember though. No, shout out to Jabril Cisse. I definitely wouldn't have mentioned him. This is the first time I've heard his name since he was probably an active player. Like no one even talks about him anymore. Someone said Camavinga walks for Balenci. I don't think of fashion when I think of Camavinga though. Even though he's always in campaigns, I just don't, and he walks on a runway for some brands sometimes, but I don't connect it. Someone said Victor Lindelof. Oh yeah, Lauren James is the swag queen though of the Premier League, of the Women's Premier League. She's the swag queen. I haven't seen Russo. Let me check. I don't think I've seen Russo off the football pitch. Let's see. Because I don't think I've ever seen Russo's outfit ever. I've just only seen her on a football pitch. Um, let's see. Maybe I should go on her Instagram. J'adore Arsenal. Let's see. Okay, she went to the JW Anderson show. I see you. I see you, Russo. Hmm. I'm trying to see where the outfits are though. Like, a little Goyard bag. We see you. Little bloke core. Little bloke core at the end. She's got the thick sole specials. I see you, Russo. Also, by the way, I love that Adidas is bringing back the old look Predators, by the way. That's totally unrelated, but I absolutely love those old look Predators. They remind me of like David Beckham and Gary Neville and shit. Those Predators are beautiful. Every old player I remember that used to wear those kind of Predators had like plus 15 touch, plus 10 ball control. Like Adidas is, I don't know what they've been doing, but they've really like what? Look at those Predators. They've been doing the thing, man. What? Those Predators are beautiful. The way I'm talking about football boots, you think I was talking about something else. Amazing looking boots. Yeah, Zidane used to wear Predators. Exactly. See what I'm saying? Plus 15 ball control, plus 15 touch. Also, Atto Baldwin was really cool too, with like on track clothing and stuff. Facts, best looking boots. Best looking boots. Adidas over the past 2 years has been on a generational run. I'm with you because Adidas even in basketball too, right? The Anthony Edwards shoes have gone triple platinum. And he even had that Peach State, let's see, Peach State campaign that went crazy. Like Adidas have been going insane in all sports. They've been going crazy. Like Anthony Edwards shoes have captured. They literally have basketball communities in a chokehold. Literally, like they've been selling out. When was the last time an Adidas basketball shoe just was selling out every time? Facts. Nike sold by losing Kyrie. Facts. Yep, Zidane, Gerrard, Beckham, plus 15. I told you, everyone that wore Predators. That's why I've always been a Nike person in terms of sportswear, but football, Adidas all the way. Because the way I play, when I used to play football, I used to play centre back or defensive midfield. And I was more of like a ball playing centre back. So I wanted to play like Gerrard, like those kind of players with touch, also can like pass really well, also solid defensively. And all the players that I remember back then used to wear Predators, just used to play like that. So that's why I always wore Adidas football boots. I don't think I've ever worn Nike football boots in my entire life. I've always worn Predators. Adidas archive is too OP. Facts. Facts. I wonder what the younger generation, what they think about like football boots and what football boots are like cool to wear with the younger generation. Because in my generation, you either wore total 90s if you wanted to play like Rooney or whoever, you wore, or at a point, even Ronaldo, you wore Tiempos if you wanted to play like Ronaldinho, and then you wore Predators if you wanted to play like Beckham or Gerrard. I had different CTR 360s back in the day and total 90s. I thought I was getting a plus 10 flare boost. When I had my Predators, I had plus 5 composure. Like total 90s. These boots here are iconic. What? Total 90s. The kids don't know about the total 90s. Yeah, the kids have no idea about the total 90s. Big boys wore Preds or total 90s, skinny and fast wore F50 or Mercurials. Facts. That's probably why I never wore Mercurials. I just didn't see players that were my size wearing Mercurials or like F50s or whatever. You had to wear the Predators. And it was so weird because when I used to play football, right? I haven't played football in a really long time, probably since I was like a teenager. But when I used to play football, people would act like, because when I used to wear Predators, the people that were smaller, quicker players would always say, bro, those boots are so heavy, they're going to slow you down. I'm like, how fast do you think you are that an extra 1 pound of weight is going to slow me down? These guys really thought they were like Usain Bolt, and wearing 1 pound extra weight would be the difference between running 100 meters in 9.8 seconds or 10.5. Like, they were acting like I was wearing bricks on my feet. Yeah, Nike Total 90 used to give plus 20 aura. Yeah, Nike weren't allowed cooking elite boots and cinematic ad campaigns. And that Yoga Benito thing will always be iconic. That was peak Nike football. That was literally the peak of Nike football. Yoga Benito? What? Thierry Henry scoring a goal from behind the goalpost. Ronaldinho hitting the crossbar multiple times. People getting nutmegged by Brazilian players like Robinho, Ronaldo, and Ronaldinho. What? That was peak Nike football. I don't think Nike football can ever surpass that. I genuinely don't. I don't know what they could ever do that could ever surpass that time. That's true also. Nike HCM collabs were so good. Leo says we're never getting that again. That was what? That was an iconic time for Nike football. I'm just happy I lived through that era, to be honest. I can actually say like I lived through that. Like I was watching football when all of that happened. I thought Brazilians had powers. It's so true. I probably thought the same thing because there was a time when every single World Cup, Brazilians were favorites to win the World Cup, which made sense if you looked at their team. How can one team have like Roberto Carlos and Robinho and like Dida and Ronaldinho and Ronaldo? Like it just wasn't even fair. And Kaká, it was not even fair. It just wasn't even fair. Marcelo, like it didn't make damn sense. I genuinely thought like Brazilians had superpowers. I thought that too when I was younger. If not for the new generation of Brazilians not being as good, I honestly would still think that Brazilians had like superpowers when it came to football. Like in Brazil, you just get born with like football skills. Like you just come out the womb and you start doing kick ups. You learn how to do a flip flap in your mother's womb in Brazil. Imagine being a pro footballer and pre a hair transplant, T90 laser wearing Wayne Rooney is running at you. I'm going home. Wasn't that the era when Wayne Rooney was he was playing as a goalkeeper and he dribbled everyone in his team and almost scored. I think he did score, or maybe no, I think he missed. And then he started running back to his goal, and then they chipped him, and then they eventually scored. It was hilarious. But that when I think of Wayne Rooney in that era, I think of that video. It's really funny. I think it was in training. But yeah, Brazilians were literally like it didn't make sense how good Brazilians were in football. This definitely is the worst Brazilian generation in football for sure. For sure. Like my favorite football player of all time is Ronaldinho. So there you go. And I'm a Chelsea fan. Do you know what it took me to have Ronaldinho as my favorite football player of all time? Considering how many times do you know how many Champions League finals Chelsea would have gotten to if we didn't have to play against Barcelona with damn Ronaldinho? The amount of times he terrorized my team, it's not even funny. And I don't know why we always got Barcelona. It just wasn't even fair. Every time in the semi and quarterfinals, Barcelona, Barcelona, Barcelona. Whitney was 18 balding and playing like a 30-year-old veteran. He also had the strength of a 30-year-old because when he used to play back then, he used to body other older players like they were kids. And he was the kid. He was like 17, 18, playing for like what, Everton, bodying grown men out of the way. That man was strong. He has that British goes fights in the pub every weekend strength. He had that like he had that like English pub going, like holidays in Ibiza kind of British strength. Like I would not want to get in a fight with Wayne Rooney. He would knock me out for sure. I'll never forget that Iniesta goal in the UCL final. Facts. Also, thank you very much for tuning in, Cornbo, and good luck with your roots. The last Brexit baller. Are you referring to Wayne Rooney? That's way too funny. No, Ronaldinho is my goat, man. Ronaldinho, let's see. He used to get some fits off, I remember. Okay, this is him recently. I think this was the Kid Super Show, I think. But there was a time he used to, from time to time, he'd get like a fit off. Why don't they have any of his like style pictures here? They've only got him playing football. Okay, you can't really see them, but there was a time when he used to get fits off. Not often though. He was like very hit or miss. Hit or miss. Leah said his fits are all training ground ones. That's too funny. Like, look at this picture here. Can you imagine as a defender? And remember, I was a defender and a defensive midfielder. Can you imagine having to defend against these two absolute monsters? If I looked up and I saw a prime Ronaldo and Ronaldinho in one team, I'm not playing. I'm not playing. I'm literally not playing in that match. I want to preserve my ankles for future games. Like what? Ronaldo with that tiny ass fade. That was a deadly Ronaldo. Ronaldinho had so many Kangol hats. What is he hiding? Oh god. He said my goat scams people of their crypto. What is Ronaldinho running crypto scams? Ronaldinho. He's running crypto scams. I had no idea. I have to Google that. Let's see. Crypto. Let's see. Okay, apparently he deleted a tweet about crypto. Shout out to Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho is he's out here running crypto scams. That's insane. That's insane. Brazilian football player nowadays is crypto scam. What the hell? Don't they make enough money? Or are they just that bad with money? These guys should be rich. Like, do you know how much money Ronaldinho made in his career? He has no reason to be running crypto scams. Let me Google his career earnings. That man made so much money. Like, what? What? Interesting. So apparently, across Ronaldinho's whole career, he made $95 million. I thought he would have made more, but obviously, money in football is a lot more now than it was then. But still, $95 million. You have no reason to be running crypto scams. $95 million. Yeah, there's no excuse. Okay, they are bad with money and the number of sons outside of marriage. That explains it. That explains it. Nike weren't handing out lifetime deals yet. They get approached by grifters to invest in stuff, then dragged into scam life. Damn. Your goat squanders money. Ronaldinho is my goat for what he did on the pitch and nothing else. I cannot vouch or back him for, the crazy things that he did when he was partying and everything that he got up to in that sense. I cannot vouch for that. I'm just a fan of Ronaldinho on the football field. I think he's a magician on the football field, but that's about it. See what culture says. He might have been like MC Hammer out here, supporting family, extended family, neighborhoods. That's also true, but I feel like still 95 million is enough money for it to stretch, though. 95 million. That's so much money. And considering when he was earning it, everything was cheaper too. So like if you adjust for inflation, that 95 million might actually be worth 200 and something million. We are in horrible times because we have to disclaim our football favorites. wasn't Adriano like the person that like had the guns and stuff? That's the thing about that era of Brazilian football players. They were fantastic. They were so good, but all of them just used to get into trouble for no reason. Like a lot of them just used to get into so much trouble. That was like that was golden generation of Brazil. That was literally these football players had everyone wanting to be Brazilian. Like you would have racist English football fans wearing Brazil shirts. That's how you know they had football in a chokehold. Yeah, Kaka is a legend. Kaka was amazing. Too bad his injuries and stuff I feel like messed up his career, but Kaka was sensational, honestly. Kaka was really, really good. And it's weird because people don't really mention Kaka anymore. And Kaka literally won the Ballon d'Or. Like that man was different. And if you think of the era when he won, all the other players at that time, like crazy, crazy. I'm trying to remember who came second when he won the Ballon d'Or. I think it was Ronaldo. Ronaldo and like Messi and maybe even Drogba. Those are the people that he won over. Yeah, he won the last before the Messi Ronaldo dominance. Exactly. Like Kaka was, he was a beast. He was a beast. But anyway, on that note, I shall be taking my leave. Thank you very much for tuning in. It was very, very fun talking about random stuff from dental work to football. It's been a good time. I'll see you guys in the next stream. Hopefully, I'll be able to talk with my braces, tied to all my teeth, but we'll see. Um, but yeah, see you guys in the next stream.